Chapter 521. Click-clack, click-clack. The sound of footsteps stopped, and emerging from the shadows was a joncher with blue skin, her voluptuous figure clearly outlined by the tight, Oriental-style dress she wore. Facing White Knight, the joncher sneered bitterly. "That's White Knight," her eyes wide with terror and astonishment, muttered in a trembling voice. "Is that me?" It felt like watching oneself step out of a mirror. Frozen in shock, White Knight screamed in desperation. "What is this? Who are you? I'll kill you right." As she shouted, trying to use magic, White Knight realized that no magical power was gathering. Confused, she examined her physical condition and then understood why she had been unable to move all this time. She had no body at the moment. She was now just data in the shape of a skeleton, displayed on a small magical panel. No. What? This is... Yes. Ash, looking on with a pitying gaze, brought a glass to his lips. "White Knight, from your replication, you two, Black Knight and Soya, I switched your joncher body and electronic brain. All this time, you've been copying and pasting your consciousness into various bodies, right? Switching them was also possible." A cruel smile curled on Ash's lips. "Why? You envied another version of you, didn't you? Jealous of another you who conquered the electronic brain world, what you considered the final destination of your research. So I swapped them for you. You should be thankful. This doesn't make any." Trembling in the screen, Black Knight abruptly turned her gaze and glared at the other self she had switched bodies with, Soya. Everything now made sense. The reason she fell for simple magical tricks today must be due to the other self's interference operations. From the principles of charm spells to the art of transferring consciousness to a new body, it was all leaked to the human side by another version of herself. "Why? Another me?" Black Knight vented her frustration, unable to comprehend. "You succeeded, didn't you? You achieved the ideal immortality we sought. But why? Why go to the lengths of giving up that immortality to do something like this?" After a brief silence, Soya, who had been silent for a while, slowly opened the mouth of the joncher and said, "I thought reaching the electronic brain world as a lich was the final stage of escaping the finite cycle of life. But why? Yet, once I reached there, I realized it wasn't an infinite or eternal space. Transforming oneself into data to gain immortality in the electronic brain world seemed feasible. But it wasn't. It was just another form of escapism, built within the physical confines of a magical tower. A world that would vanish like a mirage once the tower collapsed and the system shut down. In the end, I realized that this life, too, would wear down and fade away. That's what I came to understand. A lich is a magician fleeing from death. From a frail human body to an undead skeleton to a joncher, and then data in the electronic brain world, continuously shifting forms, but nowhere was there eternity, only an extension of a pitiful life. True immortality wasn't to be found in such places. That's when Ash proposed to me. He was setting this trap to kill you and asked if I would cooperate." Soya glanced briefly at Ash and slowly nodded. "If it meant setting a trap to ensure your death, if it meant I could be the only one again, then giving up the electronic brain world seemed like a fair trade. After all, whether data or a joncher, both were finite. In order to return as the sole entity, Soya, the cyber lich of the electronic brain world, willingly abandoned her domain. As a result, their bodies were swapped. Black Knight ended up trapped within a small mechanical device. Now, with this joncher body, I will pursue a new form of immortality." With a trace of pity in her gaze, Soya whispered to her other self, "You will be trapped in that completely sealed world, slowly disintegrating. Another me. No, 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 no." Black Knight struggled in vain, but the device she was trapped in had no connection to the outside world. Had it been the system she had built inside the magic tower, she could have freely wielded the mountain of powers bestowed upon the tower. But the magic tower had already collapsed, and the mechanical device she was in had no magic-sensitive tools installed. All that remained was her consciousness, unable to do anything. No, 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 no. Ash slowly picked up the mechanical device, holding Black Knight inside, as she let out a wrenching scream like nails on a chalkboard. I hope you hold no regrets, Black Knight. Both of us, we tried to use and consume each other. Looking into the mechanical device containing Black Knight, Ash spoke indifferently. However, unlike you, who only researched within the life of the magic tower, I, having been muddied and rolled in the dirt here and there, was just a little more adept at such dirty trickery. That's all. No, Ash. Please. No, Dash. Don't worry too much. Brain in a box. Ash's fingers, smiling softly, slowly moved towards the power button of the device. I'm not a mad scientist, but maybe I'll send some electrical stimulation occasionally. Wouldn't I? Just a moment. I beg you. Ash, listen to me. Click. Ash's finger pressed down on the power button, and the screen went off. At the same time, darkness descended in the electronic brain world inside the small device, plunging into a world of complete and utter darkness, where nothing existed. Suddenly, Black Knight realized. The one she had danced with was not an ordinary human, but a demon-like, the commander of the enemy forces. Click. A tablet PC-like device on Earth was turned off. Sigh. I exhaled a short sigh and placed the machine on the table. Then, the Jiangshi who had approached me slowly opened her mouth. Thanks to you, now I am the only one. I've eliminated another me, and the Lich Legion has virtually been annihilated, losing both its Legion commander and top Liches. You've perfectly executed my request. The Lich, now inhabiting a new Jiangshi body Soya, spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. Though I've lost the magic tower, well, a tower can be rebuilt. Thank you, Ash. I'll continue to cooperate with you. Soya, still adjusting to her new body, stood rigidly and then turned to leave. The party is over. I'll be on my way. Wait a moment. I called out to Soya. Now that you've given up the electronic brain world, what kind of immortality will you pursue? You've realized, haven't you? No matter what kind of immortality you pursue in this real world, you'll never achieve it. Soya slowly stopped. I gazed at her back, speaking softly yet with certainty. You're aiming for ascension too, aren't you? You've made a pact too, right? With the outer gods. In the game, if you were hostile towards Soya, she would use instant death abilities, summoning a massive eye to kill your hero in one hit. In other words, she too had made a pact with those outer gods, the eyes. In the end, you too will betray us, aiming to destroy this world and stand with those beings from the other world? To do that, you had to eliminate another version of you, right? By the time I had read Black Knight's mind, I had already gathered all the necessary information. In the end, Soya too intended to kill each other to stand on the same level as those outer gods, to earn that right. Black Knight and Soya, you two are ultimately copies of the same entity, White Knight. So, your thought processes are bound to be the same. Without answering, Soya slowly reached out her hand and pushed open the closed door of the special room. Then, click, click, click. My heroes, who had been waiting outside the door, revealed themselves. All fully armed, clad in armor, with drawn weapons pointed in this direction. As soon as the door opened, they simultaneously aimed their sword tips at Soya's throat. Dozens of blades touched her neck. A deadly silence ensued. Clink. I finished my whiskey on the rocks and spoke coldly. You could claim you're not involved, but from our perspective, we can't afford to take any more risks. Sorry, but I can't let you go, Soya. You've been calling me by a strange name since a while ago. The voice of the Lich Grand Sorceress, filled with a malevolent aura, exhaled a short sigh. I am White Knight. Zing dash. Explosive magical power burst forth from her body. My heroes swallowed their groans and had to step back. The great sorceress of the Lake Kingdom, the longest surviving grand sorceress in the history of the continent. And yes, as you said, the only being who will ascend to divinity and take her place among the stars. White Knight. Whoosh dash. A gust of wind enveloped the entire banquet hall due to the magical power emanating from her body. Facing the swirling wind, I calmly set down my empty glass. White Knight, who had turned back around, faced me. The kind of immortality obtained in this lower world means nothing. Look at those lives cocooned at the bottom of this lake, lingering like bugs. That's not the immortality I'm after. I will ascend to heaven. I will stand at the same level as those beings from the other world. Boldly admitted. In order to do that, I had to eliminate another me, but you've taken care of that problem for me. Darkness from the other world began to gather behind her like clouds. If you choose to be my enemy, then I have no need for you, Ash. Then from that amassed darkness, a giant I was about to whoosh dash. It didn't open. The encroaching darkness from the other world suddenly dispersed. The howling wind ceased, and the ominous atmosphere subsided. White Knight muttered in confusion, failing to comprehend the situation. What? Why? My magic power. The body you're using right now is that of a Jiangshi, and you were the one who taught us how to make Jiangshi talismans. Remember? I slowly stood up, casually slipping my hand into my pocket. Before the body swap, we reverse-engineered it and made some modifications. We put restrictions on the use of magical power. That's nonsense. Don't talk rubbish. That's not possible for modern humans. Don't underestimate modern humans, ancient monster. This world is a magical civilization. While you were cooped up alone in your magic tower, did you think the people outside were just playing around? Even if it's a never-seen-before magic, if we can understand the formulas and language, we can reverse-engineer it to steal the underlying principles. Besides, we have Junior. Junior, a genius who, after seeing Celendian's vampiric magic reversal just once, managed to copy its principles and made it her ultimate skill. The sorcery system of the East fundamentally differs in its basic formulas, so we had to mobilize all the magicians affiliated with the front, including Junior, for reverse engineering and reconfiguration. Yet we succeeded. A magician is a tactical weapon comparable to a fighter jet. And a fighter jet, as much as it is overwhelmingly powerful, is also a delicate and fragile weapon. Compared to other contemporary weapons, it has vulnerable defenses and disastrously low fuel efficiency. Powerful once it begins flying, but if it hasn't started flying yet, it can easily be brought down. Magicians and fighter jets have a lot in common. So, if you tamper with the fuel tank and prevent it from even starting to fly, what remains is just a costly hunk of metal, unable to fly, with defenses as thin as paper. You've neglected your history lessons, White Knight. I gestured towards the foolish grand sorceress looking at me with a pale face. When you invite foreign forces into a civil war, the outcome is mostly the same. Their own battles should be ended by their own hands. If they fail to do so and seek outside help, the smiling outsiders will devour them. The same applies to these two sorceresses. Each brought in me as a foreign force to eliminate the other. They thought they could use me just enough and then discard me. But they underestimated me. Taking steps towards the enemy commander, I declared coldly, "It's time to pay the price." Sorceress. Chapter 522. White Knight did not easily fall prey. She began to modify the talismans attached to her body in real time and soon started to regain control over her magic power. If she had just 3 more minutes, she could have recovered her strength and turned the banquet hall into ashes. But she was already surrounded by my heroes. We were not foolish enough to watch her regain her power. Flight was not permitted. My heroes charged in from all sides, shouting, and White Knight, despite everything, began a desperate resistance. She scattered talisman scrolls she had hidden, attempting to bombard the area. But then, Torkel, hop dash. With his ultimate skill, man is not made for defeat, activated, Torkel blocked White Knight's path. An immensely powerful magic that could melt city walls exploded, but Torkel, with his ultimate skill and his giant shield, easily blocked it. As White Knight frantically reached for another talisman, Lucas and Evangeline broke through from her flanks. White Knight immediately scattered talismans towards them, but, boom! Lucas, trusting the overwhelming magical defense of his new armor Water Moon, charged straight in. He successfully closed in on White Knight, piercing through the magical flames. Evangeline, approaching from the other side, easily blocked the magic with her shield and absorbed the damage with damage save. My 3 vanguards successfully intercepted White Knight's 3 most crucial attacks. At that point, it was game set. A mage is certainly the most powerful tactical weapon in this world, but if they cannot secure distance, warm up their engine, or have insufficient fuel, checkmate. They die. White Knight was pummeled by the sniping and magic of my heroes coming from all directions. The 3rd-ranked commander of the Nightmare Legion, the Grand Sorceress White Knight, fell in vain. As I quietly watched the fallen lich, the moment I approached her, Russell, what? A sticky darkness from another world burst forth from White Knight's body. This one, she couldn't have. Even as she was vanquished, she managed to modify a talisman, to secure a connection with another world. The eyes of the bloodied corpse on the ground suddenly rolled and glared at me. A dense darkness covered the air, and within it, a giant white eyeball slowly appeared. Whir! Thump! A bright red iris swam atop the white, rotating like a turret locking on its target, then stopped. The target was me. A clear sneer crossed the lips of the fallen White Knight. Even if I go, I'll take you with me to hell, Ash. The giant eye began to blink, appearing to move in slow motion. The figures of my subordinates throwing themselves to protect me also seemed to move slowly. And then, faster than any of them, swoosh! Nameless blocked in front of me. Flash dash! From Nameless' hand, an old iron sword emitted a dazzling light. Ha dash! With her blue dress fluttering, Nameless struck down with a slash made of light. The beam of light from the sword was so bright it seemed to erase the night around it. Before that light, the darkness of another world was incinerated, and the outer eye in it lost its form. The iris couldn't even close its eyelids, and the attack was rendered futile. It's not the outer god, but the darkness that forms the base of the summoning you targeted. White Knight muttered in resignation, interfering until the end. Nameless won. Instead of responding, Nameless flicked her sword down and slowly sheathed it. As she flicked her sword, the fragments of light scattered around us, forming a defensive line that neutralized the darkness of the other world. In the fading darkness, the giant eyeball still gazed at me. And then, player, a voice resounded. It was deep, dull, and reminiscent of a bug gnawing on something. I clutched my throbbing forehead. That eyeball, the outer god, was speaking to me. You are worthy. Worthy of what all of a sudden? Worthy. Yes, you are more than worthy of ascension, of obtaining divinity and ascending to the throne. Haven't you been fighting for a very long time? White Knight looked up at the eyeball with startled eyes, but the eyeball roared without paying her any attention. I shall aid you. Let us stand together in the heavens. Then your shattered soul will be completely healed, and your existence restored. You are worthy of this. Come, join me. Go away. I interrupted it and flipped my middle finger. The eyeball widened in shock. What? Go away. Or maybe you have eyes but no ears. I growled, spewing blasphemous words against the outer god. I don't need your ascension, divinity, throne, or whatever incoherent game you're playing. Just pretend you never heard that and get out of our world. Do you not understand? You are a fake, glued together. The only way for the shattered you to become real again is to gain divinity and stand with us. And who are you to certify me as genuine or fake? Standing right before the boundary of scattered light, I glared at it. I am fake. I am shattered. So what? I think of the child lying in the hospital, this collapsing world. all the people within my reach. I want to save them. This clear wish in my heart, even if the darkness of another world descends, is an unquenchable lantern that allows me to be myself. I smiled wryly. That's enough for me. Is it? The darkness faded, and the giant I began to disperse. The last thing it uttered, surprisingly moderate in tone. As one who has watched over you for a long time, it was a pleasure to converse, player. I will watch your last battle towards destruction, to the very end. There might be doom and gloom in your world, but not in ours. I spat out bitterly towards the disappearing eyeball. I'll make sure to ruin your fun with all my might. The eyeball completely vanished, and the darkness lifted. The silence was broken by the dying voice of White Knight. Why? I turned around to see White Knight, fallen and coughing up blood, asking in pure bewilderment. Why did you refuse that offer? You too are a fake, like me, a chimera pieced together from someone else's memories. Why? Don't you want to become real, Ash? After a small sigh, I slowly raised my hand to the sky. Do you see it, White Knight? Confused, White Knight raised her head to look at my finger. And then, she belatedly realized what my finger was pointing at. The moon. During our battle, a hole had been blasted through the outer wall of Hotel Crossroad. Through it, moonlight, having just passed through the clouds, was shining down. Bathed in the pale moonlight, I murmured, "Isn't it beautiful? Beautiful. But what does this? Does it matter whether the hand pointing at the moon's beauty is real or as fake as Pinocchio's? It's irrelevant, right? The hand is not important. Look at the moon. Whether I am real or fake, that is not important. As long as my heart in saving this world is real. What matters is the heart behind the flag, not the flag itself. So, it doesn't matter if I am a being born of lies. Even if I am a hideous patchwork of pieces, it doesn't matter. Because the heart within me is true. White Knight, as if struck on the back of her head, looked up at the moon with a dazed expression and then, ha ha, let out a hollow laugh. Ash, your words are truly right. Whether it's real or fake, it's just a finger pointing at the moon. The sorceress who was Soya, having entered the body of Black Knight, a copy from White Knight, whether it's Black Knight, Soya, or White Knight, the mage whose identity was now unclear, coughed out laughter mixed with tears and blood. I spent my life in vain, striving to be a real, eternal finger. Without truly knowing what life I desired, what I wanted to point to, the light in the undead's eyes quickly faded. If I could turn this world into a fake, then perhaps I could go to the real world above. Then I, too, would no longer be a fake. Even if I had managed that, since I never knew what I truly wanted to point to, I would always remain a fake. The laughter mixed with tears gradually subsided. How absurd! How laughable! In the end with her head buried in the mud of her own blood, White Knight mumbled one last time. What did I want to point to? What did I want to live for? For what purpose? To the extent of sacrificing her life and becoming undead. To the extent of allying with the Demon King and begging the outer gods. Did she want to become real? Now I can't remember. Unable to recall to the end, White Knight breathed her last. Looking down at the corpse of the fallen enemy commander, I slowly raised my head again. The pale moonlight shone straight upon us. The party was over, but the battle was not yet finished. Apart from the liches that had infiltrated Crossroad, the remaining forces of the Lich Legion were waiting in the plains south of Crossroad. They were in hiding, fully prepared to strike Crossroad from outside if the party turned out to be a trap and White Knight sent a signal. Their movements were stealthy, but such contingency planning was predictable. Our scouts had already located them. Above all, White Knight, who was supposed to send the signal, had already been eliminated. My troops, having circled around to the rear of the Lich Legion, who were only guarding against an attack from Crossroad, ambushed them. The Lich Legion, composed entirely of mages, possessed formidable firepower. one of the most powerful among the monster ranks. However, as I've said several times, that's only when the basic conditions are met. A fighter jet that can't take off from the runway doesn't even get the chance to crash. My heroes, who closed in suddenly, decimated the Lich Legion, which couldn't put up a proper resistance. With the Legion commander and the elite units all eliminated inside Crossroad, it was actually more difficult for them to exert proper combat power. After neutralizing the last Lich's attempt to cast magic with her shield and finishing it off with a spear, Evangeline, looking down at the fallen Lich, spat out, "Will we ever have a monster on our side?" I liked that Lich Archmage. She gave me armor, helped in many ways. I thought maybe, transcending friend or foe, she could become our ally. Dressed in snow white, given by White Knight, Evangeline muttered as she looked down at her armor. But to think she intended to burn down our world. We defeated and eliminated her. But my heart feels odd. Someday it might happen. I found myself thinking of Salome again. I thought of Callie Alexander and White Knight as well. All of them could have been enemy commanders who joined our side. Some really became our allies, some we understood yet had to fight to death, and some tried to betray me until I took the initiative. What kind of enemy commanders will we face next? But one thing is certain. Yet, we are in the midst of a war. Basically, we are enemies who must fight to death. Don't ever forget that, Evangeline. Let's go. Comforting Evangeline, who had her lips tightly sealed, I led the way. The real war begins now. The first battle of the third year. The third-ranked commander of the Nightmare Legion, the Grand Sorceress White Knight, and the Lich Legion. This battle has come to an end. And now, the most arduous and challenging final year begins. Incomparable to what we've faced so far. Chapter 523. In the dawn after the battle and the cleanup, there were virtually no casualties or even injuries. A miraculous outcome considering the adversary had been a commander of the Nightmare Legion. We had a modest celebration. Heroes sat around in the partially destroyed but still beautifully adorned banquet hall, chatting and drinking. The party was over, so everyone sat around calmly, talking, drinking beverages, and snacking. It was a slightly different atmosphere from the usual victory feasts, a gentler, more subdued mood. And at the center of it all was Nameless. When Nameless first entered the banquet hall, she received hostile glances from several other kings. It was inevitable. She represented the Lake Kingdom, the source of the monsters. She was initially met with wary eyes, suspected of being the root cause of all this trouble. But now, the other kings were crowding around Nameless with interest and awe, trying to engage her in conversation. After all, wielding such a sword of light, she seemed like someone born to defeat those monsters. An otherworldly deity tried to descend from the darkness, and Nameless, wielding her sword, emitted light and repelled this deity. Everyone at the gathering had seen it. The kings present were all warriors who wielded swords themselves. They could not overlook Nameless' extraordinary prowess. Thus, the various kings at the gathering were trying to converse with Nameless and forge a connection with her. Initially bewildered, Nameless was now handling the situation with composure and dignity. Seems a few hundred years haven't entirely erased the poise ingrained in her during her princess days. Nameless' debut in the current world seems quite successful. While watching this scene from the second-floor terrace, I heard a slightly petulant voice behind me. Taking care of a debutante's introduction during a war with monsters. Really, you are bold and extraordinary. Turning around, it was Serenade. With her aqua hair lightly tied at the back and wearing a simple black dress, with a coat lightly placed over her shoulders, Serenade handed me a glass of champagne with a silver glance. I always end up admiring you, Your Highness. Haha. I thought the best place to demonstrate Nameless' current value was on the battlefield, especially against a tough enemy. Once the World Guardian Front officially launches, kings from all over the world will gather here at Crossroad with their troops. It was a plan to create allies for Nameless beforehand, and it seemed to be going well. It's a bit grand to call it a debutante ball, but, well, it went as planned. Accepting the champagne glass from Serenade, I gave her a knowing wink. You did well today, Serenade. The operation was successful thanks to your command. I only did as you had instructed beforehand, Your Highness. If it weren't for your quick thinking, we wouldn't have had such a perfect outcome. Just accept my compliment. We quietly sipped our champagne. The view of the banquet hall, partially destroyed from the battle, came into sight. I licked my lips awkwardly. Anyway, the hotel's a mess now. Sorry about that. Haha. No, it's okay. Facilities like these can be repaired. To save lives, a bit of damage like this is perfectly acceptable. A brief silence followed. Serenade quietly looked at Nameless and then blurted out. She's a beautiful person. Nameless? Right? I was also surprised. In that underground dungeon, she was completely drenched in sweat. But once she cleaned up, today's enemy commander was also a beauty. White Knight. Although her skin was ashen, yes, by any absolute standard, she was quite beautiful. There's never a shortage of beauties around His Highness. Serenade mumbled absent-mindedly, then suddenly came to her senses with a start and waved her hands frantically at me. No, it's not that I'm jealous. I don't have the right to be. It's just… Serenade. I smiled wryly and put down my empty champagne glass. It's okay to be jealous. What? Serenade blinked her silver eyes in confusion. That means? Serenade. Yes. It's going to get busier from now on. There might not be occasions like this for a while. So, I gestured towards the first floor. Shall we dance? Serenade blinked blankly for a moment and then nodded vigorously, her cheeks turning red. Yes. We quietly descended to a smaller hall next to the brightly lit main hall, already turned off and cleared out. Instead of music, the sound of people laughing and drinking came from the hall next door. In place of the lights, faint moonlight filtered through the windows. Here, we slowly held hands, pressed close, and stepped gracefully to the rhythm. I whispered to Serenade, who was cautiously stepping with a blushing face. Are you disappointed? About what? Not dancing under the bright lights, being the center of attention, but quietly dancing in the shadows like this. I didn't wait for Serenade's response and continued. Sorry. I'm the type who doesn't boast about what's truly precious, preferring to cherish it privately. Whether she was dumbfounded or purely admiring, I couldn't tell. Serenade eventually narrowed her eyes and smiled. Really, if only words were enough. In the dark, narrow hall, without an orchestra or music, we twirled in the moonlight. Okay, so, in a corner of the banquet hall, dressed down in casual clothes instead of armor or a dress, Evangeline, with a bottle of drink in hand, declared, It's been a while since our last Crossroad Women's Hero and Mercenary Rights meeting. Today, we're also welcoming a new member. Let's drink until the sun comes up. Gathered around were Evangeline, Junior, Yoon, and the new member, Nameless. Nameless, who had been dragged to this gathering somewhat unexpectedly, tilted her head. Crossroad Women's Hero and Mercenary Rights meeting? Ah, you think the name's weird, right? Listen. Nameless. There's a deep meaning behind this name. Evangeline rambled on with a grand explanation. After finishing her explanation, Evangeline looked around, puzzled. But where's our senior magician? Lily? She went straight home to see Sid. Vice Chairwoman Lily of the committee had been absent since a few months before giving birth. Today, right after the operation, she went straight home to her baby, Sid, who was under the care of a nanny. Evangeline wiped her mouth, feeling somewhat disappointed. Wow, just thinking about Sid makes my mouth water. Are all babies that cute? No, they are cute. But why would that make you drool? It's just that I'd have no wishes left if I could give those soft cheeks a kiss. Ah, is this why everyone becomes crazy about their nieces and nephews? Indeed, Sid was very cute. I wonder if she'll really let her kiss him someday? Wondering if invoking the loyalty of the Crossroad Women's Hero and Mercenary Rights meeting might persuade Lily, Junior filled all the glasses with liquor. Including Evangeline's glass of juice, there were 5 glasses in total. The glasses were passed around. All four seated took one, leaving one remaining. Thud. Evangeline placed the remaining glass on the empty floor. Nameless, tilting her head, asked, "What's this empty glass for?" "Well, you see." Evangeline gave a bitter laugh and scratched the back of her head. "It's for those who were part of our group but have departed." "Oh, I thought about pouring for the number of those who've left, but then it would just make me sad thinking about each one." Evangeline coolly added, "Thought it would be too much to handle if the number increases, so decided to pour just one glass." This was a drinking session at the front lines. Nameless stared blankly at the glass for those who had left and those who would leave. The overly filled liquor shimmered red. "All right, no more heavy talk." To celebrate Nameless joining. "Cheers." The four clinked their glasses together. Originally Duskbringer, Verdandi, and Elize were also members, but they didn't come today. Maybe they had their own after-parties. But next time, let's all gather and have a drink. Soon the members started sharing various stories. They began with talks about Lily, who was raising Sid, then moved on to former comrades who had passed away, like Margarita, who was part of this group, Reina, who came and caused havoc, and Jupiter, who had connections with Reina. Over the past 2 years, many memories had accumulated, as had many farewells. The liquor flowed, and as is common with young people's drinking sessions, the topic eventually turned to romance. So I went like this, Coolin's lips smack. "Oh my, oh my, oh my. That's amazing." And then the follow-up was like this, bam, bam. "Kya, that's crazy crazy. I'm definitely going to learn and use it too." Yoon, recounting her day's brave acts, had Evangeline covering her mouth in awe when she suddenly looked at Nameless. "Oh right, speaking of which, Nameless, who was the person you danced with earlier?" I saw from a distance. You were dancing with someone. Who was it? Did you find a nice man on the surface?" Junior joined in. "That was the Lord's aid, right? You were dancing with him?" "Oh, you danced with him. He's always been nice to us, providing food and drinks whenever we visit the Lord's mansion." Evangeline seemed to think of the Lord's aid as nothing more than a vending machine that provided meals and lodging. Evangeline rested her chin on her hand and hummed. "But what was his name? I joined the academy after he was stationed here, so I'm not sure." Junior also tilted her head. "Right. His presence is oddly elusive, so I can't really remember his name." Nameless blinked blankly. Why was it? Even though she had danced with him earlier, his face was already becoming blurry. His name. His name. In a hurry, Nameless stood up from her seat and nodded to the other members. "Excuse me, I'll be right back." And with that, Nameless hurriedly left the banquet hall. Wow, Nameless. Didn't expect that from her. Watching her leave, Evangeline raised her glass in admiration. "So young. No, you're the youngest." Thinking this, Junior and Yoon watched as Evangeline raised her glass again. "All right, let's drink. Leaving our princess who's gone to find her fate. We'll drink among ourselves. Who knows when we'll have such a gathering again." As dawn broke in the east and the moon was about to disappear in the west, Ader stood numbly at the hotel entrance, following the moon with his eyes as it set in the west. Tap tap. That's when the sound of shoes echoed. Startled, Ader slowly turned around to see Nameless catching her breath. Ader showed a faint smile. "Do you need something from me, princess?" Ha, ha, ha. Finally catching her breath, Nameless mustered all her courage and asked, "May I ask your name?" "Though I have no name to give you, I still wish to know yours." After a moment's hesitation, "Edi." He slowly voiced his name. "My name is Ader, princess." "Edi." Rolling the name in her mouth and closing her eyes to savor it, Nameless smiled shyly. "It's a beautiful name." "Indeed." Ader smiled back, equally shy. "Truly, it's a beautiful name. I will remember your name, Ader, and the time I spent with you today." Nameless smiled faintly, her face still wet with sweat. "Let's meet again." After a courteous bow, Nameless disappeared back into the banquet hall. Watching Nameless' retreating figure, Ader looked as if he might crumble at any moment. Someone casually approached Ader and draped an arm over his shoulder. "Why do you look like you've lost everything in the world?" Turning around, it was Ash. Ader struggled to smile after a long pause. "I just don't want today to end. A miraculous day like this, where I could dance with her, I hate to see it end. Tomorrow will bring its own sun." Ash smiled wryly and patted Ader's shoulder. "There will be more good days, Ader. Yes. Tomorrow, a new sun will rise." Ader looked up at the sky again. The brightening east was ready for sunrise, and the moon hanging in the western sky had almost vanished. "But I will never forget the moonlight of today." Ader slowly closed his eyes, as if to etch the dance with Nameless deep into his soul. "I will never forget it." Stage 25 clear. Stage MVP Ash, EX. Scarlet, N. Level up characters: Ash, EX, and 30 others. Expand list. Deceased characters: none. Injured characters: none. Acquired items: Grand Sorceress Magic Core SSR2. Elite Lich Magic Core SR10. Lich Legion Magic Core R30. Offensive Magic Talisman 10 Scroll. Defensive Magic Talisman 10 Scroll. Auxiliary Magic Talisman 10 Scroll. Stage clear rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. SSR Grade Reward Box 2. SR Grade Reward Box 5. Get ready for the next stage. Next stage. Happy Together. Chapter 524. Time passed, and the last day of February arrived. A memorial service for all those who had lost their lives on this front was held. Then, as days passed, March came. With the chill of early spring still in the air, troops and supplies from all over the world began to arrive in Crossroad. "I've never seen Crossroad this busy in my life," Evangeline exclaimed softly, looking down at the bustling city. As troops arrived in full force and supplies began to accumulate, the city was busier than ever. Looking at the crowded barracks filled with carriages and soldiers, I nodded my head in approval. Good thing we built additional barracks. Months ago, just before the existing barracks were full, I had ordered the construction of new ones. The new barracks were completed just in time, and new troops began pouring in. "Come on, move into the new expansion." As I received reports of the rapidly expanding troop situation and felt satisfied, Lucas cautiously added, "Actually, even with the new barracks, we might still be short. If more troops come, we'll need more space. We'll have to order additional construction then." As I pondered where to place the third barracks, Evangeline beside me started to babble. "But what will we do with all these buildings once we've defeated the monsters?" Indeed. They'll be useful for a year, but after that, dealing with all these barracks will be a headache. They'll be empty. I turned to Evangeline with a gesture. "Evangeline Cross, the future Margraves? Do you have any ideas?" What? Future Margraves?" Evangeline jumped up in excitement at the mention of future Margraves. She crossed her arms and pondered deeply, huffing through her nose. "That's right. By then, I'll be ruling this city as its Margraves. I should be the one to solve the problem of what to do with the military facilities." I trust you with this responsibility, Margraves to be." "Ho ho! Great. Successfully delegated." I grinned wickedly behind the seriously pondering Evangeline, and Lucas looked at me with a bitter smile. Whatever. In addition to the troops, various military supplies also lined up into Crossroad. As a result of discussions, countries that found it difficult to send troops instead sent money or supplies. The military warehouses, having been expanded in advance, had no issues accommodating them. But we'll need to sort the wheat from the chaff. Whether it's troops or military supplies from various places, the actual useful proportion might not be that high. We're not in a position to be picky, but we still need to sort through them. It's going to get busy. I was already busy enough, but oh well. The third year of the monster front is about twice as harsh in terms of volume compared to the first and second years. Over the past 2 years, we conducted 25 defensive battles. In the third year, we have to conduct 25 defensive battles in just 1 year. In other words, stages 26 to 50 will all hit within a year. The onslaught of monster waves will be double what we've seen so far. It's literally a wave-like offensive. A very tough year lies ahead. But we can't just sit back because it's hard. We need to prepare. So, we begin reconstructing the forward base. Before the monsters start pouring in more seriously, we need to get the forward base operational again, in as complete a state as possible. Fortunately, resources and manpower are flowing in from all over the world, and since we've rebuilt it once before, the task shouldn't be too difficult. In the Lord's office, I twirled a pen in my hand, lost in thought. The immediate task is to reconstruct the forward base, sorting and reallocating the newly arrived troops and military supplies. And, though a lower priority, the spoils from the last battle also needed to be dealt with. What equipment should I make with the magic core of White Knight, and to whom should I give it? The opportunity to create a new Nightmare Slayer had arisen again. Given that White Knight was a very powerful sorceress, the Nightmare Slayer that could be created would undoubtedly be extraordinarily potent. What kind of equipment should I make? Offensive gear? Defensive gear? An artifact? And if made, who should be the user? A mage? Or someone else? But in truth, there was a more troublesome spoil than the equipment. It was the information gleaned from delving into White Knight's mind. Demon King, Outer Gods, the play of destruction, stories from outside this world, and the information I had gathered from various other places up to now. Putting it all together, it seemed I was finally beginning to see the bigger picture. Anyway, that's not what's important to me. The reality in front of me, in the third year of the monster front, surviving with everyone. This was the real problem I had to devote all my efforts to solve. So, putting aside the headache of all these settings, I was about to refocus on the pressing issues at hand. That's when it happened. Bang! Lord, it's a big problem. Lucas burst into the office, his face filled with urgency. I blinked my eyes. What is it? What happened? It wasn't time for the monsters to attack yet, was it? It's about some of the new troops who have just joined us. Lucas reported, sweating profusely. They're picking fights with our soldiers. What? I snorted and leaned back in my chair. What now? Well, isn't a bit of jostling common? They usually get friendly through a bit of conflict. Kids become friends by fighting, right? Our kids aren't the type to get beaten up anywhere, unless they are the ones doing the beating. Tell our kids not to just take it. If the other side starts something, show them what we're made of. The Lord will take responsibility. But, Lucas hesitated and looked at me cautiously. We can't really react strongly. Huh? Why? Because the other side has high-ranking individuals. Right, that could happen. Unlike other mercenaries who had joined the monster front, among those currently joining from around the world were several notable figures like royal family members and knights from various lands. If they weren't of equal status, it might be difficult to handle them. I grunted and stood up from my seat. Looks like I have to sort out the pecking order after selecting the best. What can I do? This is a natural occurrence when organizations merge. I put on my coat and stepped out of the office, with Lucas leading the way. I shouted with gusto. All right, let's go. Time to firmly establish the discipline of these new recruits. New barracks. At the entrance of this place, already chaotic with newly arriving soldiers, 2 opposing forces were engaged in a tense standoff. Blocking the way, what are they doing? On one side stood our soldiers and heroes. Impressively built figures, Kulin and Torkel at the forefront, along with the formidable blind swordsman Nobody, the dark sorceress Chain, and others, all scowling and emitting a menacing aura. Reassuring. It looked like a scene where they could teach manners to anyone, regardless of who the opponent was. They seemed reliable enough to get a refund even after falling for some shoddy sales trick. On the other side stood a knightly order clad in silver armor and crimson cloaks. Their armor and cloaks, uniformed and battle-worn with minor scratches, were impressive in their own right, but the creatures they had brought along were even more threatening. A creature with the head and wings of an eagle and the body of a lion. Griffins. Saddled, and even armored, the griffins spread their beaks threateningly. Our soldiers, seeing such creatures for the first time, flinched each time. If it's a military force that fights riding griffins, there's only one on this continent. Sky Knights. I craned my neck to find the commander of the opposing side. Soon, a boy knight standing out in the center of the knights caught my eye. He had crimson hair with one side braided long. Like the knights around him, he was draped in silver armor and a crimson cape, with a rapier studded with a crimson gem at his waist. The northwestern part of the continent, between the desert and the snow mountains, the Vermilion Kingdom. The crown prince and commander of the knights, Mikhail Vermilion. He's an SSR grade. Moreover, Mikhail is not just any SSR grade. He's a unique position as a magic swordsman who fights riding a griffin, an air cavalry, a character who can maneuver in the air, skilled in both magic and swordsmanship, receiving an insane amount of favor in the world setting. The only demerit is, he's young. He's 15 in the current third year. Evangeline was 16 when she joined in the first year, but he's even younger than Evangeline was then. His potential is max, but it's still a long way from full bloom. In the game, he had negative traits like error-prone and rashness. I guess they balanced his outstanding performance with various demerits. Anyway, he was my #1 recruitment target. In the game, Fernandez caused the downfall of the Vermilion Kingdom, turning him into a wandering prince of a fallen kingdom who joined towards the end. This time, with Mai and Fernandez's final battle brought forward, it seems the domino effect spared the Vermilion Kingdom from destruction, resulting in the Crown Prince and Knights joining as part of the World Guardian Front. Anyway, it seems this Mikhail and the Sky Knights are the culprits picking fights with our guys. I strode towards them with Lucas. Our guys spotted me first and were overjoyed. "Captain, have you arrived, Your Highness?" I could feel a certain desperation in the eyes of our guys. "Please show these guys what's what." As I approached, Mikhail looked up at me, slightly squinting his round crimson eyes. "Are you the famous Born Hater? Am I famous even in the Vermilion Kingdom? That's flattering." As I flashed a smile, Mikhail scowled and muttered, "Of course you're famous. As the human scum who broke off an engagement with my sister after just 2 weeks." I froze, still smiling. I could feel my subordinates staring at me in shock. Cold sweat ran down my spine. No, it's not my fault. I didn't know about this. What the hell was Ash of the past thinking, breaking engagements across the world? Wiping sweat from my forehead, I cautiously asked, Excuse me, how is your sister?" "Oh, you don't have to worry about my sister. She was so angry after you broke off the engagement that she's had 5 husbands since then. She's doing well." "Is she really doing well? It's not my fault she's gone off the rails, is it?" The broken engagement with my sister was a political issue between our countries, so it's not something to discuss now. The young knight standing before me flared his small chin threateningly. "What I want to discuss now is the situation on this front itself." "The front itself?" "Father was swayed by your threats and sent our Sky Knights, the kingdom's greatest force, as if giving everything away. But I'm not fooled by you." Mikhail stood straight with his small stature, crossing his arms. "Let's be honest. I don't understand why, for something as trivial as monster extermination, such a global mobilization of forces is necessary." The expressions of our soldiers hardened. I too narrowed my eyes, furrowing my brows. What did he just say? Little guy. Just monster extermination? Trivial. Really? Chapter 525. Whether or not the air on our side was getting colder, Mikhail continued. My Vermilion Kingdom is located in the remote northwest of the world. In deserts, on snowy mountains, even next to the sea, it's a terribly harsh environment. In other words, monsters often invade from all directions. Since I was 5 years old, when I first rode my griffin, I have been dealing with these monsters. And to be honest, I don't find dealing with monsters that difficult. Mikhail, gently stroking the neck of the griffin standing behind him, looked straight at me. Prince Ash, you exaggerated the crisis of monster invasions to scare the world and used that excuse to form this huge alliance. The Everblack Empire is laying the groundwork to unify the world. I shrugged my shoulders in silence. So, what do you want to do, Crown Prince of Vermilion? I will prove it, that the monster invasion is not such a big crisis. Mikhail spread his hands forward abruptly. Next monster invasion, let's have a contest between my Sky Knight Order and your direct troops, to see which side achieves greater feats. I found myself smiling, revealing my teeth unknowingly. And if you win, what happens? Without hesitation, Mikhail responded. I will take over the command of this front. Lucas was infuriated, but I gestured him to stop. The young knight Mikhail continued in a clear voice. You can remain as the head of the alliance, but I will take the command of the front. That way, I can check the Everblack Empire's dominance in this massive alliance. Indeed, quite a clever move for a 15-year-old. Not touching the position of the alliance leader, as the Empire is overwhelmingly powerful in actual national strength, but proving their superiority in monster handling to aim for the command of the front. If successful, the status of the Vermilion Kingdom will rise instantly in this World Guardian front, an alliance of all nations in the world. It would also make the young Crown Prince's name known internationally. Besides, the contest itself is quite in favor of the Sky Knights. All members are aerial cavalry riding griffins, the Sky Knights. In the game, it's a force you can barely acquire in the late 3rd year, but it's so useful that I've made good use of it. Definitely a high-quality force. He must have thought it a worthy fight, and indeed, there is a good chance. The problem is, if the commander of this front were normal, he wouldn't accept such a contest. Interesting, but I am not exactly normal. All right, let's do it. Lucas, shocked by my acceptance, stared at me with his mouth agape. My lord! But the conditions must be clear. Pushing Lucas, who was trying to dissuade me, I threatened Mikhail. If I win, you and your Sky Knight Order must become my loyal limbs. Do you agree? Of course. Mikhail readily nodded as if he had prepared for that. But his face turned slightly pale at my next words. Bite when I say bite, die when I say die, lie down when I say lie down, and bare your stomach and pant when I say pant. Okay?
No.
That's a bit. You'll also have to do a Griffin air show. I'll request it at events. Stuff like a triple aerial rotation in formation. Anyway, I'm going to work you to the bone, so no complaining then, okay? Mikhail pondered for a moment but eventually nodded. Fine. I accept. In fact, they don't have much to lose. Anyway, as part of the alliance, they would become my subordinates. Before that, they get a chance to fight over command. No reason to refuse. Well done. The next defense battle is a week away. I smiled and reached into the new barracks. Look forward to it, Mikhail Vermilion. Daring to challenge the monster front with monster extermination, I'm eager to see what impressive feats you'll show us. Now, until then, how about you stay out of trouble and settle in nicely? Hurry up and get in. The Sky Knights, who were causing trouble with their lodging, finally began to lead their griffins into the new barracks one by one. As Mikhail was about to enter the barracks with his griffin, I whispered to him, and here's a piece of advice. The monsters you've encountered so far and those of the monster front are entirely different. Keep that in mind. Mikhail looked at me intently with clear eyes, then eventually went back to leading his griffin inside. As soon as Mikhail disappeared, Lucas rushed at me with a sound like, "Whoa! Why did you accept them, my lord?" Huh? We're going to win, so what's the problem? But what if, by any chance, the terms of the bet are strange? We have too much to lose, and they have nothing to lose. Lucas chided me in a stern voice for my emotional response. What if we lose and have to hand over command? Why would you make such an inefficient gamble? If they can beat us, then it wouldn't be so bad to leave it to them, would it? What? That means they are competent and knowledgeable about the Great Monster War, right? Lucas made a dumbfounded noise as if he saw some logic in my words. I smirked. Right? If they're good enough to beat us, they must be incredibly talented. It wouldn't be bad to entrust it to them. That's true, but, well, of course that won't happen. I have a cold, calculated grasp of our army's stats and those of Vermilion's Sky Knights. And in reality, there are all sorts of variables and true abilities that can't be explained by stats alone. We won't lose. In terms of stats, variables, in all aspects, we are ahead. Strategies should be executed with certainty. I am certain of our victory 100%. And with this one match, there's a lot to gain. A lot. Mikhail is one of the strongest in the world, and the Sky Knights are among the elite forces joining us this time. I looked around at my subordinates and cracked my knuckles with a sound. If we beat them and discipline them, the rest of the forces will naturally submit to us. In short, Mikhail and the Sky Knights are the representatives among the new forces who have challenged us. Putting arrogant and spirited newcomers in their place is also necessary in running an organization. I'm actually thankful they picked a fight first. No need to convince them of the small stuff. This one event will set the hierarchy straight. They're nothing to us, right, guys? As I looked around at my subordinates and provocatively asked, their faces instantly lit up with fervor. Let's show those bastards who've underestimated our battles what we're really made of. I bared my teeth and laughed menacingly. The real fight with monsters, of the Monster Front veterans. Aha! Taking command by winning a battle. I was going to do that first. A few days later, as the monster invasion was quickly approaching and I was inspecting the situation on the walls, Duskbringer came bouncing over and said that. Come to think of it, I was about to have a 5v5 PvP with Duskbringer and her Dragonblood Knights, a group of 5. Somehow that fell through. Has the news of this battle spread already? It's spread all over the city. The battle for command between Prince Ash and Crown Prince Mikhail. There's no one who doesn't know about it. I smirked at her continuous lament of, I wanted to be the first. Are you, the Duchess, still eyeing the command? Eh? Of course I am. I'm always lurking, ready to pounce on your neck, Duskbringer said playfully, then hung onto my back and bit gently at my neck. Hey, stop it. Your teeth are sharp and it stings. After I managed to peel Duskbringer off and put her down, she tilted her head and asked, But are you really okay with this? The Sky Knights are one of the most prestigious knight orders in the continent. They have a reputation comparable to my Dragonblood Knights. Are you confident you can win? Of course. I looked beyond the walls, towards the southern plains. More importantly, the fight between people isn't what's most important. Ha! The next monster invasion won't be easy either. It's the 3rd year. The general stage waves now bring more powerful and terrifying monsters than before. If there's a bet involved, those prestigious Sky Knights will fight harder. Our guys will be spurred on to give it their all. It's a win-win situation. We get to test how well we can fight and also stimulate a healthy competition. When new people join an organization, they can stimulate each other in a positive way. If this chemical reaction can be utilized effectively, there's no reason to refuse it. Duskbringer opened her mouth slightly, making a new sound, then looked down with her big dragon eyes and asked, But in the end, during this confrontation, there will be some units that won't follow your tactical command. Isn't that a problem? Won't it reduce the efficiency of the operation? The next defense battle will be fine. Southern Plains. Looking towards the Black Lake behind it, I nodded. If the aerial cavalry engage in individual combat and distract, the battle becomes easier. And the opponents for the next defense battle are, on the day of the defense battle, early afternoon, the troops lined up on the walls swallowed nervously, eyes fixed on the southern sky. Do-do-do-do-do-do. A sound like helicopter blades filled the sky. Emerging from the darkened sky were giant beetle-like monsters. Thick carapaces, horns of various shapes sprouting from their heads, and fluttering wings spread wide, with 6 thick legs. A beetle swarm. Wah! Disgusting! Coolin and Junior, who were weak against bugs, screamed simultaneously. I clicked my tongue inwardly. Come on, beetles are tolerable. If it had been centipedes or something, I would have fainted first. Just in time for a flying monster. I glanced sideways, eyeing the waiting sky knights. When do aerial cavalry shine the most? Against flying monsters. Today, they will be able to fully demonstrate their combat abilities. But something's off. Our Crown Prince Mikhail Vermilion, also the leader of the Sky Knights, looked pale. His fingertips are trembling slightly. I approached and asked curiously, Mikhail? Are you nervous? Tch, there's no way. I'm just a bit startled because it's a form of monster I've never seen before. Are you perhaps weak against bugs? I asked out of genuine concern, but Mikhail, eyes wide, vehemently denied it. No. People of my Vermilion Kingdom have griffin blood in them, and griffins bravely devour all sorts of bugs. I can even chew bugs raw. Tch, there's really no need to eat them. I tried to calm Mikhail down. No, seriously, I just want you guys to fight well in full condition. Safe and brave without injuries. Okay? What is this? They're too big, and there are too many. The other Sky Knights also seemed quite flustered. It wasn't that the enemy was insect monsters that bothered them, but rather the size and scale of the monsters they hadn't faced before seemed to have overwhelmed them. While the soldiers of Crossroad, accustomed to battle, were mostly undisturbed watching the approaching horde of monsters, the newly arrived soldiers were already shivering and stepping back. Why aren't you nervous? One of the Sky Knights asked a Crossroad soldier with a trembling voice. The Crossroad soldier chuckled and replied, This is nothing. We've faced even worse. The newly arrived knights and soldiers gaped. Mikhail too looked up at the sky in disbelief. Overhearing this conversation from behind, chuckled. No need to be so shocked, guys. You'll get used to these local specialties after facing them enough. That's how everyone becomes a veteran. Just then, a scout shouted loudly, The creatures are entering our range dash. Chapter 526. They are approaching the intersection. Upon hearing the scout's cry, I nodded vigorously. Good. Prepare for crossfire. It was time to show the new recruits and the incoming monsters another special product of our Crossroad. Boom! 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 The skilled gunners adeptly aligned and aimed the cannons. And, the moment the monsters entered the firing range, fire! I stretched out my hand and shouted. Relentlessly, without mercy, pour it all out. Blam, 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 blam. Along with the ear-splitting, thunderous cannonade, the cannons on the walls spewed fire in unison. The moment in the defensive battle I loved the most. A single blast of orderly firepower blossomed a flame in the sky. The leading beetles of the monster army were swept away in the fire net, shattering to pieces. The cannons, consistently maintained, upgraded, and researched, were fully tier-upgraded. Not only that, but I also enchanted them with various enhancement materials and scrolls obtained from autonomous exploration farming. Moreover, having visited the Imperial Capital, I acquired the blueprints for the new cannons of the Imperial Capital and was applying that technology in sequence. Anyway, long story short, even if the third-year monsters have become stronger, we have more than enough firepower to melt them. Kaboom! Boom, boom, boom! The beetle monsters burst into pieces in the air. Crazy! The vanguard of the monsters, gone in one go? A sight of such a grand-scale artillery unit, executing such precise and powerful firepower, is hard to find anywhere in the world. The new recruits were as flustered by the artillery's overwhelming start as they were terrified at the appearance of the monster legion. Regardless, I gave the next order. Lily, it's your turn. Got it. Activating artifacts in sequence. Were. Lily and the alchemists activated the artifacts, and the artifacts installed on the walls lit up in sequence, emitting their unique operational sound. Various debuffs were slapped on the monsters, and the direct attack artifacts melted them with flashes of light. For the monsters that crossed this artifact line, a second round of cannon barrage, reloaded and ready, awaited. Boom, boom, boom. With a monstrous explosion, the monsters of the second wave were all burned up. This was the typical, usual routine of our defensive battles. The difference this time was the monsters were flying beetles. Screech, the third wave of beetles, cutting through the thick smoke, flew towards the walls in an instant. If they were ground monsters, the bodies of the fallen would have served as a barrier, and we could have delayed them with various ground tactics, including the kill zone. But in aerial combat, we don't have such options. Hence, we needed to resort to various tricks. From this point on, a new option is available, because the Sky Knights had newly joined our front line. Now, shall we deploy the new bait unit? Knights of the Vermilion Kingdom. When I called them, Mikhail and the Sky Knights looked at me in surprise. How long are you planning to just watch? I smirked, not hiding my intent to provoke, lifting one corner of my mouth. Aren't you going to show off the skills you boast of? MMPH. Mikhail, with a baby-faced expression and biting his lips, lightly climbed onto his griffin. Let's go, Sky Knights. Let's show them what we're made of. Ha! Ya! Leading the charge, Mikhail and the knights mounted on griffins soared into the sky. A magnificent sight. The griffins, spreading their massive wings, and the knights fluttering their capes. Flying in formation, they attacked the beetle monsters. Screech! The griffins cut through the wind with a mighty sound. Ha! With a spirited battle cry, Mikhail formed a sphere of magical power around his drawn rapier. As Mikhail swung his rapier sideways, the spheres of magic power shot forward. Boom! Blam, blam, blam! Directly striking the beetles blocking the Sky Knight's path. Following the heavy charge of the griffins, the knights crushed the monsters as they dove into the heart of the enemy lines. Hod, 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 hod. The knights' coordinated lance charge followed the griffins' hefty assault. The beetles' carapaces were thick, but they were crushed under the overwhelming physical force that exceeded their defense. Break off now! After crumbling a corner of the enemy lines with a unified assault, Mikhail led his men out of the airspace without hesitation. Screech! Cutting through the wind, the griffins and knights maintained their momentum as they exited the enemy lines. Watching this, I whistled. A sound strategy. The cavalry's typical tactic of using speed and weight for a charge attack, then withdrawing from the enemy lines, was executed well by the Sky Knights even in the air. It seems that boasting about catching all sorts of monsters in the northwestern part of the continent wasn't just a bluff. I'm grateful for the immediate combat power that has come our way. While I was smiling contentedly, Lucas looked at me as if he couldn't believe it. Are you just going to watch, my lord? Don't worry, I don't make losing bets. The Sky Knight's role in this battle was to be the bait. Hod, 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 hod. The beetle monsters followed the hit-and-run tactics of the Sky Knights in a long line. The monsters, by their nature, show hostility to the nearest humans, so they were drawn to the Sky Knights who had approached them momentarily. Nearly half of the monsters flying towards the walls were drawn away by the Sky Knights, significantly reducing the burden on our wall defenders. Now, warriors of the world's forefront. I lightly slammed the flag in my hand downwards. Let's also make our move. Whoosh! My ultimate skill, the foremost flag, activated, beginning the creation of a magical wall. Our melee combatants quickly climbed atop it. The location of the wall's creation was above the heads of the artillerymen in the air. While the artillery maintained their fire net, this position allowed them to protect themselves and engage the approaching monsters. We can't lose to the newbies. Come at us, you buggered monsters. My melee heroes shouted spiritedly as they prepared for hand-to-hand combat. Wah! Wah! Bugs! Bugs everywhere. Except for Kuolin. As the beetles approached, Kuolin screamed weakly in fear. Beside him, Yoon, shouldering a large axe, swung it, slicing an approaching beetle in two. Then she looked at Kuolin with a meaningful smile. If you don't get it together, you'll be in trouble later. Eek! Kuolin, more scared of the person next to him than the bugs, adjusted his fighting stance. Good, that worked out.
Hod 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 hod.
Whack! Thwack! The warriors on my magical wall began to fend off the beetles that had breached our artillery's fire net. The numbers would have been slightly overwhelming normally, but thanks to the Sky Knights, the aerial bait unit, the burden was less. It was easier to hold them off. This pattern of battle continued for a while. The Sky Knights drew aggro in the air with hit-and-run tactics, while we dealt with the beetles not drawn to them at the walls, and our artillerymen fired their cannons diligently. Everything's running smoothly. Aligned with the 20 or so Sky Knights, my direct control party included Kuolin's Penal Squad, Verdandy's Holy Grail Seekers, Duskbringer's Dragonblood Knights, and my main party. Even though they couldn't fly like the Sky Knights, the kill count was roughly matching up. It seemed like it could turn into a pretty evenly matched good fight. The problem was, ugh! We are being caught up, Prince. The fact that the Sky Knights were gradually being worn down. After the initial assault and retreat, they could shake off the beetles with no problem, but each repetition of hit and run saw their speed decreasing. Both griffins and knights, being living beings, couldn't have infinite stamina. Rather, as cavalry constantly engaged in intense movements throughout the battle, they tended to deplete their stamina faster than other troops.
Hod 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 hod.
The beetles, which were easily shaken off at first, had now caught up right behind the Sky Knights. The look of consternation on the knights' faces was clear even from a distance. TCH. With a click of his tongue, Mikhail momentarily slowed down his griffin, moving to the rear of the knights, and then swung his rapier backwards. This created dozens of small magical spheres that scattered behind. Blam blam blam, and exploded upon reaching the beetles following the Sky Knights. It was an excellent attack. Against the usual monsters they faced in the northwest, this single strike would have been enough to clean them up neatly. But, dash! On this front, that was not enough. Mikhail had to spread multiple weaker spheres to cover more beetles. As a result, the attack covered a wider area, but despite taking the damage, the beetles remained unscathed. The beetles, overcoming the deterrence, continued to pursue. Eventually, they caught up. The caught-up beetles started to attack the Sky Knights, clinging onto the griffins with their legs and attacking with horns and pincers. Ugh! Shake them off! The Sky Knights managed to fend off the monsters clinging to their rear but were inevitably forced to slow down. More beetles were catching up from behind. If they were closer to the walls, they could have retreated and landed, but they were caught quite far away. If it continued like this, they wouldn't be able to retreat to the walls and would be attacked from all sides by the monsters. The end of a cavalry unit that lost its mobility was predictably dire. Still, they lasted longer than I thought. Now, the Sky Knights, completely entangled with the monsters, began a desperate struggle. Watching them, I coldly evaluated the battle when soldiers and nobles from the Vermilion Kingdom urgently requested my help. Prince, please save our crown prince. At this rate. Why should I? As I casually responded, the faces of the Vermilion Kingdom people paled. I shrugged my shoulders. It was him who requested to compete for command, and the competition is still ongoing. Crown Prince Mikhail hasn't surrendered yet, so I can't intervene first. But, this monster front line was built at the cost of lives. I stated coldly, in front of monsters, death is equal. Knights, soldiers, royalty, commoners. Anyone can die from a single mistake. If he requested to take over the command of such a harsh front line, didn't he prepare to stake his life? When you bet against monsters, naturally you lose everything if you lose. To have command means to bear responsibility. If Crown Prince Mikhail truly desired the command of this front line, then it's only natural that he bears the responsibility for his life and death as well. I gave the trembling, pale-faced people of the Vermilion Kingdom a sly smile. Just kidding, just kidding. I wouldn't let such a good card die after just showing off a bit. After scolding them and using them well for my own benefit, that's the best approach. Turning back towards the battlefield, I shouted, "Main party! Assist the Sky Knights!" I had the main party on standby, anticipating this. "Damien, Jr. Yes, Prince. We've been waiting, Your Highness." As I called the names of my 2 tactical weapons who had been waiting, they eagerly stepped forward. I smiled at the sniper and the magician. "Shall we show these rookies the harshness of our front line?" Instead of replying, Damien grabbed the Black Queen and Junior held the Lord of Crimson. While preparing for sniping and magic, I turned to the others. And Lucas, Evangeline, my knight duo also on standby, immediately came to my side. I nodded at them. It's time for aerial combat. I had already given the strategic orders. Evangeline snorted as if excited, and Lucas looked coolly up at the sky and at the battlefield where the Sky Knights were struggling. It was time to teach these Greenhorn Knights a lesson, that you don't necessarily need wings to fight in the sky. Chapter 527. Before the real battle begins, first, I pulled out my wand Maestro and gave it a wave. "Shall we go after getting buffed up?" At that, all the main party members stood in front of me and extended their palms. The new recruits watched this bizarre scene, unable to comprehend, but keep watching. You might have to experience it yourself later. Slap. After lightly slapping each palm, random buffs were applied to each. "Yes, I'm brimming with power." Evangeline, with shining eyes, shouted energetically. "I'm ready. Hurry up. Launch me now. Quick. Don't rush. I'm going to launch you. Go stand there." What I pointed to was catapult. Yes, a siege weapon for hurling stones. Catapult. I was going to launch Evangeline from it like a projectile. Normally, it's insane to launch people from here. But then, this front line isn't something you can clear with a sane mind. With Evangeline's current tanking ability, the impact from being launched by a catapult is trivial. We tested several new equipment when Stage 26 was confirmed to be aerial combat. This Evangeline catapult had already been verified. "I love this." Evangeline climbed onto the catapult, excitedly chattering. I instructed the soldiers operating the catapult. "Aim towards the Sky Knights. Launch her as close as possible." "Yes." Creak. The mechanism was pulled back tightly. Evangeline, thrilled, shouted, "Evangeline cross. Launching dash." Whoosh. With a heavy launching sound, the catapult was activated, and Evangeline was shot into the air like a cannonball. Kai-ah! She flew far away, screaming with joy as if riding a roller coaster. Watching her, Lucas slightly bowed his head to me. "I shall return, my lord." "All right, don't overdo it." Saying this while commanding something extreme. Without responding, Lucas smiled and stepped onto the wall's railing. Thump! He lightly kicked off and shot into the air. The ground where Lucas stepped sunk in. It's his movement skill, step of persistence. Using this skill, which is almost like short-distance teleportation, Lucas jumped into the air and then, tap, he stepped onto the back of a beetle monster close to the wall, and continued, tap, 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 from one beetle's back to another, and then to the next. He was leaping through the air as if crossing stepping stones. A miraculous feat, almost divine. The new recruits gaped, and even our heroes watched Lucas's receding figure, thinking, is that even possible? Anyway, both Evangeline, launched by the catapult, and Lucas, running on the backs of flying monsters, quickly advanced towards the Sky Knights. I turned to the remaining members of my party, Damien and Junior, and shrugged my shoulders. We can't let those two have all the cool scenes, can we? Click. Instead of answering, the sniper and magician aimed their respective weapons forward. Meanwhile, the Sky Knights were in a dire situation. Ugh! Prince! At this rate, they were completely surrounded by beetles, desperately trying to find an escape route. The problem was a giant beetle that suddenly appeared. This elite monster, with an extremely thick carapace, was easily withstanding the Sky Knight's attacks, blocking their way. Eventually, Mikhail, who had been holding off other beetles at the rear, had to lead his griffin and forcefully push to the front. Make way, dash! Mikhail mustered all his strength to perform magic. Dozens of magic spheres gathered around his rapier and shot forward powerfully. Boom, boom, boom. The giant beetle struck by the desperate blow finally fell. Mikhail watched the falling creature with a sweaty face and a wry smile. Good, it's down. But then his smile vanished. Buzz! Behind the slowly falling giant beetle, about 10 new giant beetles appeared. And from the opposite side, hundreds of regular beetles. The monsters closed in from all sides in an instant. The lances of the Sky Knights wavered and dropped. They too were fighters who had faced countless monsters. They knew. They couldn't win. They couldn't survive here. Prince. We'll break through. No, the opposite. Mikhail looked tiredly at the approaching giant beetles. It's my fault for bringing you to this dead end. So I must take responsibility for your survival. I'll break through. Don't be absurd. Don't make me say it twice. They're coming. The young knight regretted deeply. It's my fault. He underestimated the monsters of this front line, thinking only of those he'd faced back home. I was a frog in a well. He didn't understand the enemy. He charged in prematurely, and even after realizing the enemy's strength, he overestimated himself and missed the chance to retreat. Now they all faced death here, just as Prince Ash had said. If only he had listened. Regret is useless now. Mikhail clenched his teeth. The Sky Knights were just loyal subordinates following him. He couldn't let them die because of his immaturity. Mikhail resolved to save his men, even at the cost of his own life.
Hod 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 hod.
The lead giant beetle was now right in front of them. The young knight gripped his rapier, pulled the griffin's reins, and charged forward. Or at least he tried to. At that moment, swoosh, a sound of cutting wind came from above. Mikhail looked up in confusion, then widened his eyes. What? A girl was plummeting down like a shell, directly towards them. Found you! Evangeline, her platinum hair disheveled by the rushing wind, descended like a cannonball, grinning mischievously. The catapult-launched girl reached her peak in the air and began to fall gently. Evangeline stretched out her limbs like a flying squirrel, deploying her armor, snow-white. Ticker! White armor generated from her bracelets and anklets fitted her body, and a fluttering white cape unfurled behind her. Underneath, a halo of magic power gathered around her wing bones and shot out like a booster. Whoosh! Literally flying through the sky, Evangeline landed precisely on the head of a giant beetle, right above the Sky Knights. Thump! Evangeline! Both the Sky Knights and the beetles were startled by her arrival. How did she get here? Here to rescue you. Burning with white magic power, Evangeline slammed her shield down. Flash! Her white magic spread out in a flash. The white power dispersed among the Sky Knights and their griffins, forming a rectangular shield shape. Evangeline's ultimate skill, the Last Fortress, a wide-area ally protection ability that grants damage-save effect to all allies in the vicinity. Beetles charged from all directions towards the Sky Knights, fiercely jabbing with their horns and snapping their pincers, but the Sky Knights took no damage. Instead, roar dash, the damage absorbed by damage save, was being accumulated in the cavalry spear held in Evangeline's right hand. A giant vortex of light swirled from Evangeline's cavalry spear. Without hesitation, Evangeline thrust her spear downward, unleashing the fully accumulated damage payback. As the spear tip touched the giant beetle's carapace, boom! In the next moment, the giant beetle exploded, scattering in all directions. Everyone in the Sky Knights gaped at this spectacle. Using the recoil of the explosion to leap upwards, Evangeline had already landed on the next giant beetle. Then, immediately after, from behind, click, slash, scree. Wielding a sword made of light, Lucas, who had been slashing through the beetles while scattering sword light in all directions and stepping on the beetles to dash through the air, lightly landed on the head of one of the beetles. From now on, we'll take over this airspace. Clang dash. A giant beetle flying towards them was split in two by Lucas' powerful slash. Lucas flicked his sword and coldly commanded, "Retreat to the walls." Mikhail, who had been watching the prowess of these two knights in a daze, stuttered, But I won't repeat myself." Golden aura exploded behind Lucas. Ultimate skill, Divine Descent. Wrapped in the golden aura like a cloak, Lucas lightly waved his sword. Boom! The strike of will, now converted into a wide-area attack by the ultimate skill, tore apart all the beetles flying in from behind Lucas. Cherish your life. Without blinking, Lucas swung his sword barrage and then fixed his gaze on Mikhail, saying emotionlessly, "You two are among those my lord wishes to protect." Mikhail bit his lip tightly and then nodded once towards Lucas and Evangeline. "I'll properly thank you later." Then Mikhail shouted to his men, "Retreat! Let's go!" "Yes, let's go dash! Retreat! Back to the fortress dash!" The Sky Knights withdrew. Taking a deep breath, Lucas, standing on the beetle he had stepped on, quickly dispatched it with his sword as it twisted to attack him, and then immediately moved to the beetle next to it. At the same time, rumble, rumble, flash dash, lightning struck from the sky, bang, bang, bang dash, and magical bullets poured from the walls like rain. The lightning indiscriminately fried the ordinary beetles, and the sniper shots precisely shattered the energy cores of the giant beetles. This was the long-range fire support from Junior and Damien. Swish dash. Lucas, who had been madly cutting through the swarming beetles in the sky, slightly furrowed his brow. There were no more beetles to climb onto. The next wave was a bit far off. Is this as far as I go? Should I use the device given by my lord? As Lucas pondered, "Hey, grumpy knight over there." Just then, Evangeline, who had kicked off from the back of a giant beetle and soared upwards, reached out her hand to Lucas. "Shall we dance?" "I can't even dance." Grumbling, Lucas still reached out his hand. Evangeline laughed heartily as she grabbed his hand. Whoosh dash. A halo gathered near the wing bones of Evangeline's armor, and boosters shot out. Using that propulsion to leap high into the sky in a short time, Evangeline swung her arm and flung Lucas upwards. Lucas, who had soared into the sky, safely landed on the next wave's giant beetle. Next to him, Evangeline came crashing down with a loud, "Wooa! Catch me too! Throw me too! Come here!" This time, Lucas, standing firm on the giant beetle, grabbed Evangeline's hand as she was about to fall next to him, and with a spin, he threw her forward. Lightning continued to strike and magical bullets kept pouring from the side. The two continued to step on, kill, run, and throw each other forward, advancing through the onslaught. Amidst the relentless rain of lightning and magical bullets, the sword dance of the two knights seemed endless. Chapter 528. The main party swept through the beetles with ease. The new recruits watching their performance let out voices filled with astonishment. Are they even human? Is this the elite of the monster frontline? Following that, they looked at me with eyes filled with awe and fear, aware of the mythic prowess of the heroes under my command. Feeling their gazes, I, who had been surveying the battle through my telescope, casually smiled and lowered it, thinking to myself, wow, that's scary. After somehow managing to save the Sky Knights, had instructed them to parachute down to the ground using the parachutes I had previously prepared and distributed. The Knight duo immediately switched from their rescue mission to annihilation mode, sweeping through the beetles. Jumping on the beetles like it's a platform game, Damien and Junior also switched to long-range sniping and magical attacks, erasing even the enemy's rear waves, barely visible from here. Have you guys turned into map weapons? Right, this is the third year. A time when monsters become disgustingly numerous and annoyingly strong, but also a time when our heroes complete their awakening and achieve cheat-like performance. If I keep awakening each of our allied heroes and turning them into overpowered characters like this, clearing the true ending might not be such a distant dream. While I was lost in these thoughts, Your Highness, Damien, who had been tirelessly sniping, suddenly stopped and called out to me, his face slightly tense. An enemy Legion commander is approaching. This is where the boss shows up. In the distant clouds, I could see the shadow of a giant form flickering. I grinned mischievously. I couldn't just sit idle while my subordinates were filming such an awesome mad movie. It was time for me to step up for the boss raid. The creature that emerged, cutting through the clouds, was a giant rhinoceros beetle monster. It resembled the Hercules beetle, known to be the largest among Earth's beetle species, only monstrously larger. With a long, thick horn protruding from its head and thin, glass-like wings stretched out on either side. Its 6 legs, unable to support its weight, hung down like brutal clubs, and its eyes, glowing red. A creature that could be called the strongest among those tagged as beetles. The arrival of the Beetle Legion commander. Wadash! What the heck is this thing? Lucas and Evangeline, who had broken through the other beetle waves to confront the commander, swung their weapons. Clang! Both Lucas and Evangeline's attacks bounced off, unable to penetrate the creature's carapace. Though they were somewhat exhausted from the previous fight, the Beetle Legion commander's defense was transcendently strong. The Legion commander swung one of its front legs indifferently at the 2 knights buzzing around its head. Thump! Arg! Ah! Lucas and Evangeline were thrown far away, each activating the parachutes they had been given before the operation. White parachutes popped open in the air. They would land safely, but they wouldn't be able to participate in this battle anymore. They did enough. After internally commending the 2 knights, I turned to see Damien and Junior looking at me, panicked. Our attacks aren't working. Its carapace is unimaginably tough. Among my heroes, Damien and Junior are the top when it comes to dealing damage. Their inability to make a dent was a testament to the Beetle Legion commander's transcendent defense. It was the same in the game. This massive beetle, a veritable airborne fortress, deflected all external attacks with its sturdy carapace, advancing silently through the air. Then what could be the weak point of this monster? Mind control, of course. Concentrating my magic power, I shouted. Junior, you're ready, right? Of course, Your Highness. I had instructed Junior to prepare a spell from the start of the battle, and Junior had been waiting, having completed the casting long ago, intercepting enemies with the remaining magic power. I nodded, and Junior extended the staff forward with a swift motion. Zing! A dazzling halo appeared above the head of the Beetle Lord, and cracks began to flow in the surrounding sky. Junior's ultimate move, the strongest against boss monsters. Elemental disassembly exploded. Junior, having completed the casting, gasped for breath and reported. The target is too far and too large, so the duration will be very short. How short exactly? It seems it won't even last a minute. That's more than enough. I smirked and concentrated magic power in my eyes. It feels like it's been a while since I've used this. Using the Eye of Command. Please make eye contact with the target of the skill. Suddenly, the world slowed down, and the distinctive light blue interface of skill use spread densely over the world. I captured the Beetle Legion commander and the other beetles flying around it within my sight. Target captured. 100 entities. Please state your command. Hey beetles! Flying monsters are formidable. The fact that they can use the sky, forbidden to humanity, as their stage, is certainly a cumbersome condition to deal with. However, that's why there are strategies like this. Everyone, dive headfirst. Command difficulty, easy. Contrasting the user's intelligence stat with the target's magic power stat. Calculating the success rate. Starting resistance roll. Ding. As soon as the resistance roll began, a completion sound effect rang out with a flash of light blue light in front of me. Basically, monsters with the beetle tag have very low resistance to mind control. Even more so when elemental disassembly has been used on the higher-ranking Legion commander, whittling down its magic stat. Of course, all of them. Judgment complete. Success 100 entities. Executing forced command. Success. The next moment, the monsters flying in formation across the sky simultaneously bent down. Like a choreographed dance, the sight of all performing the same action was a spectacle of a different kind. And then straight to the ground, heads first. They fell. Bang. Boom. Kaboom. Crack. Crackling. Crackdash. The 100 beetles dropped on the southern plain in front of the wall, all smashing their heads into the ground simultaneously. The biggest weakness of flying monsters? Obviously, falling from a great height means certain death. Most battles with flying monsters boil down to how to make them crash, but I have the area-wide mind control, Eye of Command, and its proficiency has skyrocketically increased. So, I could use it like this. The beetles, fallen from high altitude, each had a weight as heavy as their defense was strong. Forced to crash headfirst into the ground, they crushed their horns and died instantly. This is the power of potential energy dash. While I was making a dated joke and waving my fist, in the plain clouded by dust from the 100 monsters' simultaneous fall, one monster twitched and started to move. The Beetle Legion commander. The great and splendid horn was broken off, and the carapace covering its body was crushed by the impact of the fall. Yet, with its tenacious vitality, the creature struggled to its feet. But its wings were already torn. Flight was impossible. Still, trembling, it tried to lift its massive body and spread its torn wings, attempting to take off again. I stroked my chin, observing the monster commander. Its magical defense was already shredded by elemental disassembly, and its carapace, the source of its physical defense, was also ruined. Normally, this would be the time to finish it off with concentrated firepower, but become mine is tempting. It's hard to resist using a combo move when the table is set. Hey, Rhino Beetle! I uttered the activation word of the skill. Become mine. SSSSSSH. Then, something resembling a dog collar with chains appeared in the air and tightly wrapped around the neck of the Beetle Legion commander. Ding! You have incorporated the Beetle Lord Hercules, SSR, into your forces. Current loyalty, 20/100. Absolute command authority, 1 time. Hey, you're lucky. I was going to dispose of it immediately if the loyalty was 0, but it was as high as 20. I wasn't planning to recruit a Legion commander using Become Mine, due to their high likelihood of disobedience to reduce unnecessary variables. But with this level of loyalty, there's enough room to make use of it. But why is the loyalty so high? Because it's not a Nightmare Legion commander? Or because my skill proficiency increased? It seems multiple factors are at play, but anyway, it's all good. The Beetle Legion commander Hercules, half risen in the plane, slowly looked up at me standing atop the wall. I grinned and said to it, "A greeting." Then the giant beetle slowly bowed its head to me. Satisfied, I nodded back and flicked my finger. Hercules's massive body slowly disintegrated into magical particles. It would have been contained in my summoning space. I hope the seniors already residing there would educate it well. I looked up at the sky. No more monsters were visible. The ones I had just caused to crash were the last wave. Phew! Taking a breath and turning around, I belatedly realized that people's gazes were pouring in. If the new recruits were amazed and astonished by the elite artillery's simultaneous firing, Lucas and Evangeline's aerial battle, and the overwhelming firepower of Damien and Junior, the look they now gave me was one of disbelief, as if they had witnessed something far beyond their understanding. Well, but as I said again, this is the 3rd year on the monster frontline. Dirty and vile enemies are defeated by even dirtier and more vile cheat-level means. And I, too, had become one of those cheats. Welcome to Crossroad. I spread my arms wide and smiled brightly. Welcome to the monster frontline, rookies. Thud, thud, thud. The returning Sky Knights landed one by one on top of the wall. All of them were bloodied and tired, but fortunately, there were no casualties. A few knights with severe injuries were seen, but the medics waiting in reserve quickly carried them away on stretchers. Mikhail pursed his small lips, watching his knights being carried away. I slowly approached and stood behind Mikhail. "It's good that you're safe, Mikhail." After patting the silent Mikhail on the shoulder, I turned my head towards the wall. "Thanks to you, we were able to smoothly get through this defense battle. The Sky Knights are indeed strong. It's fortunate that no one was seriously injured. Leave the rest and take a rest." Perhaps it was the first failure she had ever experienced in her life. This young crown prince might need time to sort out his feelings. Thinking so, I decided to stop teasing him unnecessarily and was about to leave. But then, "Prince Ash," Mikhail called out to me first. Turning around, Mikhail was staring at me with his large, crimson eyes. It's frustrating, but I'll admit what needs to be admitted. I completely lost this bet. The first failure. The first defeat. As a lifelong crown prince, a genius magic swordsman, and the master of the Sky Knights, he had never experienced such a situation. His face was actually flushed with frustration, but Mikhail gritted his teeth and acknowledged it. "You won, Prince Ash. I will never covet command here again. And thank you for the salvation." Following that, Mikhail slowly bowed his head. "If you hadn't sent your subordinates, my knights would have been annihilated there. I'm truly grateful." Chapter 529. I inadvertently smiled at Mikhail as he expressed his gratitude. We have to help each other out, especially when facing monsters together in battle. I challenged your command. That means at some point I might rebel against you again. From your perspective, I could be a hindrance to stable frontline command. Mikhail rolled his crimson eyes and stared straight at me. "But you saved my life and the lives of my knights. Whether that was out of mercy or a firm confidence in your command, I'm not sure. Either way, it's a complete defeat for me." Unlike the monsters forced into obedience through magic, the young knight before me knew how to bow his head. He recognized both his own mistakes and the merits of others. That was somewhat admirable. Surprisingly good at self-reflection, aren't you? I reflect after I act. I need to reduce my mistakes in the future. The problem is I don't think things through before I act. Mikhail let out a deep sigh. Admittedly, I charged into this battle like a reckless bull, but I'm not so disgraceful as to deny the outcome. Acknowledging that is significant. He recognizes his faults and looks to the future. Perhaps this alone proves Mikhail has the qualities of a hero. Seemingly relieved after his confession, Mikhail continued speaking. "The monsters here are not only stronger than those in our kingdom, but the tactics to fight them here are also far more advanced." Thanks for the compliment. Actually, I've read reports about the monsters in the south. They weren't as threatening as this. This must have escalated in recent years. I didn't respond. Mikhail nodded silently. "And Prince Ash, you've been maintaining the front lines against these monsters. We're both just doing our part. No need to be modest. You and your army have done remarkable work." Scratching his head, Mikhail placed his hand over his chest. "As per our bet, while the World Guardian Front exists, the Sky Knights will faithfully follow your commands. I'll be counting on you. But I'd like to add one condition." I raised an eyebrow. Mikhail nodded firmly. "Send us to the toughest and highest battles." Interesting. Though we showed a poor display today, with the right commands, the Sky Knights can soar higher than any heroes. Indeed, Mikhail and the Sky Knights were already a first-rate force in terms of stats. What's important is experience. And the right tactics. If they continue to defeat such strong monsters under proper guidance, the Sky Knights might outperform other parties under my command. Smiling, I extended my hand. "Looking forward to working with you, Mikhail." "Likewise, Prince Ash." We shook hands. "All right, enough with the reflection. Let's go to the victory feast." I patted Mikhail on the shoulder and led him down the ramparts. It's another specialty of Crossroad. If we've won, let's eat, drink, and enjoy. Lucas and Evangeline returned safely. Despite the exhaustion from aerial combat on the backs of monsters, Lucas calmly organized the battlefield and reported the outcomes. And Evangeline, she rushed off to prepare for the feast, singing something like, "Playing is the best." In this battle, there were some injuries and a few cannons were damaged. Lucas, having skimmed through the report, flashed me a smile. "No other damages. It was an excellent battle, my lord. It's the result of everyone doing their part." Our existing forces at the front line and the newly joined Sky Knights had both played their roles perfectly as decoys. When everyone fulfills their responsibilities so well, even the challenging hordes of monsters can be dealt with minimal damage. All corpse incinerations and loot collections are complete. That concludes today's work. Let's close up shop and head in. Everyone's worked hard. Let's treat ourselves to some good food. As Lucas and I wrapped up organizing the battlefield and headed towards the city's central square, a feast was already underway. There had been an awkward and subtle tension between the existing crossroad forces and the new recruits, but after fighting together today and with the circulation of alcohol and meat, they had quickly become friendly with each other. After all, they all shared the common trait of being soldiers. No matter where in the world or against whom they fought, soldiers seemed to share a similar kind of hardship. As they shared their struggles with each other, the soldiers quickly started mingling and exchanging stories. And then, the alcohol at this celebration is too bland. Mikhail was already drunk. "It's so bland. It's like water, water. Give me more." Slurring his words, Mikhail kept tilting his glass. Alarmed, I quickly snatched the glass from his hand. "Hey, aren't you underage? Why are you guzzling alcohol? Go drink some juice." "What? In my country, you're an adult from age 12. I even have 5 fiancés, you know?" "Wait, doesn't your sister have 5 husbands too? What's with these marriage customs in the Vermilion Kingdom?" A thoroughly intoxicated Mikhail started to mumble and make a scene. One of the Sky Knights, sweating bullets, bowed his head apologetically towards me. "I'm so sorry for this disgraceful behavior. The Crown Prince is not good with alcohol." "Then you guys should have stopped him from drinking. We only allowed him 1 drink because he insisted he was fine." Then, Mikhail placed his hands above his head and began to dance around. The soldiers watching burst into laughter, holding their stomachs. "He's completely lost it. Is this also a result of the negative trait, reckless?" Suddenly, I began to worry whether I could properly handle this kid in the future. Ha ha ha. This much alcohol is nothing. In the Vermilion Kingdom, we have the blood of griffins in our veins. Mikhail pounded his chest proudly. Just then, Evangeline, who had come to sit next to me exchanging juice with Lucas, looked puzzled and asked Mikhail, "So, the people of the Vermilion Kingdom and griffins are like brothers?" "That's right. Practically brothers. But how can you ride griffins then?" "Huh. You said you're like brothers, right? Do you strap on a saddle and ride them sitting on their backs? How can you do that to your brother?" Mikhail, looking dumbfounded, glanced back at his griffin tied nearby, then opened his mouth slightly. "You know, now that you mention it," the griffin, as if understanding the conversation, opened its eyes wide and gaped its beak, looking shocked. Suddenly, Mikhail burst into tears and hugged the griffin. "I'm sorry, brother, so sorry. From now on, you ride me." After hanging onto the griffin and sobbing for a while, he soon fell asleep right there. The Sky Knights gathered their crown prince and returned to their quarters. Watching them go, Evangeline clicked her tongue. "I never thought of him that way. But the Crown Prince of Vermilion, his character is completely ruined." "You're the one who ruined it. You're the one who made him realize the uncomfortable truth about the relationship between the people of Vermilion Kingdom and the Griffins. You're the culprit." Anyway, the now ruined Mikhail had gone off to his quarters, but I continued to chat and exchange drinks with the remaining Sky Knights. Before I knew it, my subordinates, the heroes under my command, as usual, had gathered around me, making a noisy chatter. I looked around at them. Junior was taking care of the young magicians under my command like younger siblings, feeding them food, while Damien was sitting with the priests, relieved that there weren't many casualties today. Kulin, Yoon, Torkel, and Nobody, the vanguard heroes who participated in today's melee, were each boasting about who performed better. Verdandi with the Holy Grail Seekers and Burnout with Bodybag and the other elves, as expected, were sharing nutty snacks and honey wine with each other. Finally, when Lily, holding baby Sid in her arms, appeared, the square plunged into a frenzy. Bearded, burly mercenaries were trembling with excitement at how cute Sid was, and the female mercenaries were shouting, asking for Sid to receive a kiss from their aunt. "You guys are a bit scary. The last party was great, but..." Duskbringer, slightly detached from this frenzy, quietly sipped her drink beside me and chuckled. "I definitely prefer drinking noisily with the soldiers like this. Much better to my taste." I smiled back and extended my drink towards her. We quietly clinked our glasses together in a toast. That's when it happened. Is it a victory feast? New faces appeared. Cutting through the crowd, a group of magicians in robes arrived at the central square on white horses. The lead elder magician pushed back his robe and stroked his long beard. We rushed here night and day, hearing of an imminent monster invasion. It seems the situation has already been resolved. It was Diarmuiden, the Grand Sorcerer of the Ivory Tower, who had caused a stir at the meeting of kings in the past. But that wasn't all. Following him, knights and warriors in various armors entered the square. "What's this? We arrived just in time for dinner. And it's a feast. We didn't really do anything, but they'll include us, right?" I couldn't recognize who was who, but the soldiers around me buzzed with introductions. "It's the Ivory Tower. From the nomadic tribe Mirage, their elite assault unit. That Red Beret, the strongest in the jungle, the Red Beret, right? The dwarf army has arrived too. Is that the Elf Queen and her royal guards? Are different races really joining in full force now? Truly, renowned warriors from all over the world are gathering here?" The newly arrived forces, each a significant figure from their regions, found their spots around the square, engaging in a bit of rivalry with our existing forces. The leaders of each military group approached me with stern faces as I was drinking. Observing them, I sighed softly. Just as I managed to handle one headache, more troublesome characters come pouring in. "Fine, let them all come in. I'll straighten them out one by one and turn them all into my subordinates. Come on. Let the monsters come as much as they like." After distributing new glasses of drink to the newcomers, I announced the start of the second part of the feast, raising my glass high in the air, and shouted, "Together, we can smash those damn monsters just like we did today." The crowd erupted in cheers. Heroes, soldiers, everyone brightly smiled and raised their glasses. The newcomers also started mingling and melting into the feast. We laughed, chatted, drank, and shared stories until the break of dawn, as if the world would never end. Just like that. At that time, we didn't know that this battle would be the last one without any casualties. The last moment when everyone from the World Guardian front could laugh and be happy together. At that time, we were completely unaware. Stage 26, clear. Stage MVP Ash, EX. Level up characters. Ash, EX, and 50 others, expand list. Deceased characters. None. Injured characters. Mikhail, SSR, and 25 others, expand list. Acquired items. Elite Beetle Magic Core, SR20. Beetle Legion Magic Stone, 372. Beetle Superior Carapace, 150. Captured Monster. Beetle Lord Hercules, SSR. Stage clear rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. SR Grade Reward Box, 3. R Grade Reward Box, 10. Get ready for the next stage. Next stage. Too Young to Die. Chapter 530. 3 months later. South of Crossroad. At the Black Lake front. Forward base. On the day of Stage 30. It was already the 30th defense battle. Every stage multiple of 5 is known as a boss stage, where especially difficult enemies appear. Until now, monsters up to the 10th rank under the Demon King, the Nightmare Legion commanders, had emerged. However, perhaps due to my defeating several Nightmare Legion commanders in the dungeon by other means, there was a shortage of them for the boss stage. So, a division from another top-tier monster legion appeared in this boss stage. The Moving Forest Legion. Originally, this legion, a collective of giant living, moving trees, only guarded its territory in the dungeon and didn't invade human realms. But this time, these trees invaded. This conglomerate of thousands, tens of thousands of trees is a fortress, a weapon, a labyrinth in itself. The slowly advancing forest of trees, which hardly takes any damage from most attacks, lures in close victims and eats them. Those who venture too close to this forest lose their way inside, forget the flow of time and spatial movement, and slowly wither away. There are 2 strategies to defeat this cursed forest. First, setting the forest on fire. True to their nature, the trees are susceptible to fire-based attacks. A powerful enough blaze can incinerate the entire forest at once. This could be seen as the direct approach. This is how it was done in the game. However, there's a big problem. The moment these trees catch fire, they start emitting light. Usually quiet and stealthy. These trees, upon sensing their skin burning, start emitting bizarre screams, uprooting themselves from the ground and charging towards the ground. And they seek out the attacker who set them on fire to kill them. From the moment they catch fire until they are completely burnt, it doesn't take long. But the frenzied tree monsters are as ferocious as ogres of the same level. Thousands, tens of thousands of these creatures, glowing and charging, could obliterate everything, including our walls. Hence, the second strategy. Send a small elite team close to the forest, and when the food-enticed forest parts, find the boss entity at its center, the Elder Tree. This tree, the first and the one that spread the curse to the other trees, is the Legion commander of these tree monsters. The cursing burnt root, the Elder Tree. As long as the forest is densely packed, it emits a bewitching aura, making it impossible to locate. But if we can send a bait team to spread them out, the forest's density will thin, and Damien can be instructed to search. And if found, Damien's sniping can finish it off in one hit. This tactic was decided upon as it would cause the least casualties, and the Sky Knights were chosen as the bait. Able to soar in the sky, this Night Corps was the most mobile among all the forces of the World Guardian front. Despite being worn down from the fierce battles of the past 3 months, the Sky Knights were in a much better situation than the others. Every military group had casualties, but the elite Sky Knights hadn't lost a single person. Mikhail had also achieved boss kills in stages 28 and 29. Mikhail was an exceptional knight. His subordinates were powerful, and importantly, they could fly. For the boss stage, they were one of the few reliable cards I could play. So, I ordered them to deploy, and Mikhail and her knights gladly accepted. And then, an accident occurred. Initially, the operation proceeded as planned. The Sky Knights, flying at a low altitude, glided right above the moving forest, luring the trees. The trees stretched their branches towards the griffins and knights flying close by, but the Sky Knights skillfully maintained their distance. The Sky Knights roamed above the moving forest, enticing the trees and fragmenting their formation. When this lure operation succeeded and the Elder Tree at the center of the forest finally revealed itself, at the very moment when the monstrous Legion commander, with its charred body and horrifically split trunk resembling a grotesque smile, was spotted. "We can take it down." Mikhail dove down like a bolt of lightning towards the ground. "Your Highness!" "That's not right, Your Highness dash." It was a completely impulsive act. The role of the Sky Knights was merely to fly safely and disrupt the forest. The knights under Mikhail's command were all horrified, trying to stop him, but it was too late. Mikhail had already plunged into the embrace of the enemy commander. To the young knight, it seemed like a moment to kill the Elder Tree and become a hero. To hesitate or not in the face of an opportunity to become a hero and write a legend. That is what separates those who can create legends from those who can't. Mikhail did not miss his chance. But Mikhail didn't know if that opportunity was a lie to begin with, if what he thought was an opportunity was actually a trap. If one cannot distinguish, they cannot become a hero, nor can they write a legend. He didn't know. SSSSSSH. The elder tree extended its vine-like branches like whips towards Mikhail, who had leaped into its embrace. Mikhail, with his rapier imbued with magic, sliced through the vine branches and leaped into the elder tree's embrace. Ha-ia! Mikhail's rapier, emanating crimson magic power, lunged right towards the elder tree's face. Thunk! And then it stopped. Just before the blade made contact, the elder tree spread its spider-web-like vines, entangling Mikhail and his griffin completely. It was a matter of milliseconds. If the sword had been 0.1 seconds faster, Mikhail's strike would have felled the enemy commander, and he would have added a new line to his and the Sky Knight's legend. But it was 0.1 seconds too slow. KHHK? Entangled by the vines, Mikhail twisted in agony, letting out a pained groan. The Sky Knights, watching from above, desperately dove down. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Just wait a moment. We will save you. The entire Knight Corps plunged in to rescue Mikhail, their prince and commander. But by then, the forest had already prepared to kill the intruders. Trees densely crowded the air, forming a maze in the sky. The Sky Knights, trying to break through this maze, soon found the intertwined branches too thick to penetrate, forcing them to detour, turning sideways, spinning, flipping upside down, and then, in a short time, they lost their way in the forest. The location of the elder tree, even the sight of Mikhail, was nowhere to be seen. The knights of the Sky Knights screamed the prince's name as they scrambled through the forest. When they came to their senses, they were scattered and lost. What's going on? How much time has passed? Where did everyone go? Where's my griffin? Where is this? What am I here for? Why am I so dizzy? Throughout the forest, the Sky Knights perished. Poisoned, hallucinating, entangled by vines, falling into swamps, scattered across the forest and hunted down by it. Mikhail could only watch in horror, bound by the elder tree. No, no, no! Mikhail screamed desperately. Get out of the forest now. Hurry, please. None of Mikhail's subordinates could hear his cries. No matter how much he struggled, the monster's vines only tightened their grip on him. Ultimately, Mikhail could only watch helplessly as his precious subordinates died one by one, as his mistake led to the annihilation of the entire Knight Corps. Aha! We must save the Sky Knights. Immediately after the situation unfolded, I issued an order. Fire on the outskirts of the forest. Fire dash. Plan B, the more damaging direct approach, was now in play. But I couldn't afford to lose Mikhail and the Sky Knights here. Boom! Ba-ba-ba-boom! The cannons fired in unison. They were preloaded with ammunition that would easily catch fire. Screech! Screech! The outer edges of the forest, caught in the explosion and set ablaze, emitted strange screams as the trees uprooted themselves. And then, thud, 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 they started rushing forward. The terrifying sight shook the soldiers, but I instead ordered more attacks. We need to agitate them more. Keep attacking without pause. Continuous attacks from our side would reduce the attention of the monsters on the trapped Sky Knights. Disturbing the enemy would increase the chances of spotting the elder tree, allowing Damien to snipe it and end this. This defense battle and the rescue of the Sky Knights had to be resolved swiftly. Boom! Boom! Ba-ba-ba-boom! The cannons kept firing relentlessly, and the cursed trees, ablaze, poured towards the forward base. Bang! Kaboom! As the monsters charged, the mines buried earlier exploded, and a net of cannon fire enveloped them. Despite this, the burning trees approached with terrifying speed. Their seething rage was truly fearsome. We must stop them before they reach the forward base. Fire with all firepower. Continuously encouraging the artillery, I suddenly turned to my side. Lily! I'm on it! Lily, timing it perfectly, activated the artifacts and gathered magic in her hands. The other magicians beside her prepared their spells. Since each fire attribute magician was precious, I had asked Lily to join. The magicians released their spells one by one. Whoosh! Lily's firewall literally formed a wall of flames. The trees that touched this magic were all engulfed in flames, but their sheer number eventually broke through. Now the monsters were almost upon us. I gritted my teeth. At this rate, that's when it happened. Hush! Suddenly, pillars of fire rained down from the sky. I looked in surprise towards the source. An elderly man with a flowing white beard. The master of the ivory tower, the great magician Dr. Dr. Muden. Is this the time to call my name? Just do what you have to do. Dr. Muden, seemingly strained, yelled back. I hurriedly urged Damien, who was still struggling with the sniper scope. Damien, are you still not ready? Not yet. I can't see it. The forest was too thick, and the rising smoky haze from the fire made it even harder to spot the location. Damn it! If only my map-making had worked. The elder tree, being a deceptive, illusion-type monster, had prevented my map-making trait from pinpointing its location. As time dragged on, the tree monsters finally approached the forward base's defense line. Even with my magical walls raised several layers high, the towering height of the entangled trees made it inevitable for them to reach us. Lucas, standing at the defense line, shouted, "Prepare for hand-to-hand combat dash. You kill the monsters dash." Watching the close combat heroes and soldiers collide with the burning trees, I clenched my teeth. Thump. Whoosh. Khhhh. Aya. Hot. It's hot. Soldiers struck by large tree branches fell like bowling pins, and in no time, casualties began to mount. The ferocity of the frenzied tree monsters was a problem, as was the fire clinging to their bodies. For the moment, heroes and soldiers, despite their injuries, were maintaining the defense line, but if this situation dragged on, the damage would be uncontrollable. And then, at that moment, flash! A crimson flash sparkled within the forest. It was Mikhail's magic light, a signal to us. I shouted and pointed in that direction. Damien, there. Can you see it? Yes, I've got it. Click. The magical rifle, Black Queen, began to transform on its own, flashing with white magic light and morphing into the familiar form of a long railgun. Damien, aiming the massive rifle at the enemy commander, his eyes glittering, announced, "Sniping now dash." Chapter 531. Clank. Rattle. Clank. The magic gun, Black Queen, began to transform on its own, morphing into the shape of a long railgun. 7 magic bullets combined into one and were loaded into the bullet slot. I'm taking the shot dash. Flash dash. With Damien's shout, it was fired with a flash of light. The deadly strike fired by our side's strongest sniper, Damien. The magic bullet, flying like a beam of light, pierced through the deep forest and successfully penetrated the spirit core of the elder tree that was spreading curses in the deepest part. Squeak, squeak, as the elder tree fell with the sound of deflating air. Immediately after, the trees that had been viciously swinging their branches and roots towards the forward base as if in deception, gradually stopped their movement. Without the command of their legion commander, the trees planted their roots into the ground one by one and stood still in their place. Just like ordinary trees, simply standing still. Rustle. As the wind blew from afar, the burnt leaves scattered on the ground like fallen leaves. Everyone had a bewildered expression as they looked at this burnt forest that had suddenly sprung up in front of the forward base. Well done, Damien. Under my praise, Damien, who had rolled back from firing the powerful shot, just showed a thumbs up from afar. I would like to help him up and take care of him, but now is not the time for that. Those who can move, follow me. I shouted urgently as I mounted my horse. We need to save the Sky Knights. Hurry dash. Forest. Center. The rescued Mikhail was in a pitiful state. His body was torn and bloodied by tree vines, and the magical rapier, said to be a national treasure, was shattered into pieces. It was because he had overloaded his magic power to reveal his location with magical light, ultimately breaking the weapon himself. However, the injuries to his body and the destruction of his weapon were not what mattered to Mikhail. The Sky Knights, his brothers-in-arms, the Knights and the Griffins, had all met their deaths here without exception. All because of his own mistake. In front of the row of dreadful corpses, Mikhail screamed in despair, covered in blood. It was a horrific scream, as if scraping the bottom of hell. For the past 3 months, Mikhail had been walking a tightrope in the sky. Despite being young and not fully skilled, carrying the negative traits of recklessness and error-prone, he had fought bravely in battle. But today he slipped off that tightrope. And this was the price for that. Mikhail. Watching Mikhail cry tears of blood as he lay on the ground, not knowing how to console him, I bit my lip and turned my head away. Gather the bodies. Heal Mikhail's wounds as well. Yes, my lord. Lucas replied with a bitter face and walked towards the bodies of the Sky Knights scattered throughout the forest. The strongest knights of the northwest continent and rulers of the skies had been annihilated here, and their commander, Mikhail, had suffered severe injuries and his spirit was shattered. It would be difficult for him to fight on this front any longer. It hurts. As I watched the bodies of the knights being carried away wrapped in white cloths, I tightly closed my eyes. It hurts. Though we barely won, the damage was enormous. 20 members of the Sky Knights, consisting of 4 parties, were completely wiped out. This was an irreplaceable loss. Even if we were to operate air fleets in the future, it would be impossible to secure air supremacy to this extent again on the monster front. The problem didn't end there. The temple facilities are insufficient, Your Majesty. High Priest Zenes reported with a face stained with blood and sweat. Having not shaved for a long time, this priest's face was covered in stubble. The number of injured is skyrocketing. The temple facilities have reached their limit long ago. Didn't we expand the beds not so long ago? It's nowhere near enough. The temple can't keep up with the increasing number of injured. Today's battle has put the final nail in the coffin. The temple had been barely managing, but with hundreds of injuries from today's battle, it seems to have finally reached its breaking point. Not just the beds, but medical tools, the number of priests, everything is being depleted. We can't hold out like this. More is needed. Materials are being escorted from all over the world, so some workaround might be possible, but ultimately, a greater number of medical personnel, more priests are needed. The situation is precarious due to a lack of medical staff. Injuries that could be healed and lives that could be saved are at risk. Priests from all over the world are coming to us voluntarily. But it's not enough. We need more systematized and trained professional healing priests. The meaning of Zenes's words was clear. I nodded in agreement. I have already requested the dispatch of priests from the central church in the imperial capital. The request was made months ago. The problem is that there seems to be some procedure on their end too, as the dispatch has been delayed more than expected. It's also quite a distance from the imperial capital to Crossroad. Even with the emperor backing me, why there has been no news is worrisome. My lips are dry from anxiety. The monster front is in a more precarious state than expected. The monsters are becoming more terrible and powerful, and above all, the frequency of their attacks is increasing. The soldiers' fatigue has skyrocketed, and injuries have poured in. If the temple cannot properly heal the injured, then the return to the front lines will be delayed, and as the return of the injured soldiers is delayed, the burden on the frontline troops increases. The vicious cycle has already started. A little more slip and the tower we've painstakingly built could collapse in no time. We must somehow increase the medical staff. But from where? As I was massaging my aching forehead, Senior, Evangeline rushed over to report urgently. Priests have arrived from the imperial capital. What? There's a lot of them, and they have loads of luggage. Come out and see. Zenes and I looked at each other with surprised faces. Talk of the tiger and he will come. But who would have thought additional priests would arrive right now? As we ran to the north gate, we saw a procession of priests just entering Crossroad. All were dressed in austere black uniforms, and it was clear from their physique that they were all well-trained, muscular individuals. It was like seeing well-sharpened blades in fine scabbards. There were no decorations on their stark black priest robes, just a rosary wrapped around each of their hands and arms. I was taken aback by their quite different appearance from the priests I had seen before, when the representative of the priests came up to me and calmly greeted me. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Prince Ash." The woman was middle-aged, with blonde hair faded to almost white in places. Round glasses with silver frames added an even colder light to her already cold face. Her face suggested a lifetime of clerical work, but for some reason, it seemed as if she smelled of blood. Introducing herself with the sign of the cross, she said, "I am Rosetta, Inquisitor of the First Holy Knight Division from the Central Church." Inquisitor? Her intellectual appearance didn't seem to fit the title, but she was a high-ranking church official. I crossed my arms in front of her. "You're quite a bit late compared to when I requested the dispatch of priests from the church, Rosetta. There were quite a few matters within our church that needed to be dealt with internally, which led to this delay. If it were a request from Fernandez, you'd act immediately, even if it meant spying, but my request can be delayed like this? For the past few years, the church had served as the eyes and ears of the dark side, faithfully reporting back the information from across the continent to Fernandez. However, my request for the dispatch of priests took this long to be answered. I couldn't help but feel provoked, but Rosetta sighed deeply. "It's precisely because of Fernandez that your request was delayed, Your Highness." "What?" "It took time to purge the malignant forces within our church that he had planted." A faint, almost blood-dripping smile formed on Rosetta's lips. "How impure it is for our clergy, who should be the most pure in the eyes of God, to cooperate and lead in the power struggles and conflicts of the outside world." So, timed with the fall of Lord Fernandez, a wave of self-purification swept through our church. Rosetta patted her waist lightly. "To the foolish leadership who chased power over the goddess and bundles of banknotes over the holy scriptures, we delivered the hammer of justice." There, a metal whip was present. It was a long strip of metal, well tamed with human blood and grease, neatly folded. I swallowed dryly. Wait, what was the affiliation of these priests again? The First Holy Knight Division? Holy shit! The hardcore fanatics of the Goddess's Order. Devotees who dedicated their lives to serving the word of the goddess, fighting on the front lines. Those who lived strictly by the principles and rules of the church, the fanatically pure who wished for martyrdom. The fundamentalists of the Goddess's Order, that was exactly who these First Holy Knight Division were. There was a significant internal overhaul and reorganization of the church leadership. Hence, responding to various requests was delayed, but it was never a matter of political importance or lack thereof. May I ask how the reorganization concluded? All corrupt clergy were expelled. Each received a punishment commensurate with their sins. Rosetta clasped her hands in front of her chest. Now, the Central Church and the Goddess's Order can live out its true purpose, offering itself for the world. So, to put it simply, you're saying you've taken over the Central Church? Rosetta looked at me intently, then finally nodded. There's no point in mincing words. Exactly as you said. Originally, the Central Church of the Goddess's Order was tightly held by clergy connected to Fernandez. However, these fundamentalists and inquisitors, the Holy Knights, had always harbored dissatisfaction with their power-hungry and money-grabbing ways. And when Fernandez disappeared after our final showdown, and his forces crumbled, the existing church leadership, now like a kite with its string cut, was attacked by these Holy Knights. Whether through rational procedures within the church's doctrine or through the barbaric violence they're best known for. The final victors in the internal political struggle of the church were these Holy Knights. And the new power at the helm was this woman before me, Rosetta. Becoming the top power in the Goddess's Order, and then personally coming to the front line as your first act? What kind of madness is this? I did wish for more priests to be dispatched sooner and in greater numbers, but did it have to be these psycho-militant fanatics? Above all, it's unlikely that such a group, extremely devout to the goddess's order, would get along well with other factions. The goddess's order fundamentally stands for humans, specifically the citizens of the empire. I'm not sure about the original text, but the currently established form is as such. Though the former church leadership had a penchant for money and power, they had a lenient side in this regard, spreading out across the world with a policy of conciliation. But these holy knights are the most stubborn of the stubborn. It was obvious that there would be conflicts with other races and even with people from other countries who worship different gods. Foreseeing the inevitable future made me internally scream, but Rosetta slightly bowed her head to me. Then I'll take my leave. I've heard there are many injured at the temple, so I'll start with the healing tasks immediately. Ah, right. Thanks for helping out after coming such a long way. Yes, we shall speak again. Rosetta and the new priests disappeared towards the temple with measured steps. Ah! I'm torn between worrying about the troublemakers joining us and being happy that they'll be of help with the suddenly increased number of injured. I don't know whether to feel relieved or concerned, grasping my head in confusion. Hiding in the shadow of an alley across the way, as if he had escaped at some point, was Zenny's crouching. Zenny's? What are you doing there? This man, uncharacteristically crouching and trembling. What's going on? Then, Zenny's quickly turned his head around to check his surroundings and, only after confirming that Rosetta and the Holy Knights had left, whispered as if entering a mouse hole. She's my sister. Ha! Rosetta. She's my stepsister. And, Zenny's pointed at his own neck with a pale face. She wants to kill me. I clasped my aching forehead even tighter. Come on, Mr. Zenny's. Stop talking nonsense and go eat. No, get to work. As if things weren't tough enough already. Now this. Chapter 532. The next morning at the forward base. This place, which had undergone reconstruction and continuous battles over the last 3 months, still bore the aftermath of the most recent battle. Parts of the outer walls had collapsed, eroded by tree roots. The tree monsters that had pressed up to the very edge of the forward base had stopped moving in that state and took root on the spot, returning to ordinary trees. I sweated coldly as I looked at the trees densely filling the southern field of the forward base. We'll have to cut them down, won't we? The head of the Carpenters' Guild, who had come with me for the reconstruction of the forward base, nodded. The wood won't be cost-effective, but it seems we must do it. Are they completely unusable? They're all rotten or burnt trees. There were even hauntings at one time. It seems difficult to use them as timber. Indeed, it would be somewhat unsettling to make anything out of trees that were alive and trying to kill people just yesterday. Cut down enough to clear the view and let them fall. Let's form a natural barricade. I will do so, Your Highness. Workers and technicians brought from the city began the repairs of the forward base. Clang clang, watching the hammering sounds at the wall. I turned around to see an old man with a white beard, hands clasped behind his back. The owner of the Ivory Tower, the current Grand Sorcerer, serving as the chief magician of the World Guardian Front. It was Diarmuiden. The front line is precarious, Prince Ash. Stroking his beard, Diarmuiden spoke. I gave a bitter smile. Your contribution was significant yesterday, Lord Diarmuiden. Contribution? Just did what I always do. It's only natural my skills are better than those fleshlings fumbling about. This grandfather, who grumbled about joining the World Guardian Front at first, has been very active since participating in the front line. Kind of like an old-timer who can't just watch the newbies mess up? No, you shouldn't govern like that. No, you shouldn't cast magic like that. No, you shouldn't live your life like that, while pouring out grumpy advice everywhere. He also took the lead in battle, blasting away with magic. Although he doesn't gain much popularity with his constant nagging and whining, I'm starting to get a sense of his character. We'll have to fight battles like this dozens of times more, won't we? It seems I'm the target of Diarmuiden's latest rant. I listened quietly.
I assure you.
At this rate, this front will collapse. Other fronts might fend off a major offensive once in a few years, but here we're repelling them every few days. Supplies may be coming from all over the world, so that's fine, but how do you intend to handle the accumulating fatigue on the people? Diarmuiden was right. Fatigue. The monster waves of the third year, coming at twice the average frequency of previous invasions, were steadily accumulating fatigue on our side. Furthermore, the intervals will only get shorter. For a while, we'll face defensive battles every 2 weeks, and in the latter half of the third year, monster waves will come every 10 days. Ideally, we would arrange a rotation to send people into battle in shifts, but that's not possible right now. The level of defense cannot be maintained without elite heroes and veterans. Even if we rotate the regular soldiers, the very elite must continually enter battle. And they are worn down. The Sky Knight Mikhail Vermilion's misjudgment, narrowly leading to failure and the annihilation of his knights, was not a coincidence. Diarmuiden didn't stop his sharp criticism. Everything is inevitable. All things in the universe have a cause and effect. For the past 3 months, the Sky Knights were overworked, steadily stepping towards their doom. And at the critical moment, they made a fatal judgment error. I looked intently at Diarmuiden. So, you're saying that the annihilation of the Sky Knights is my fault for using them too harshly? Are you going to deny it? My gaze clashed with that of the Ivory Tower's owner in midair. Our gazes fiercely collided, but eventually, I sighed and averted my eyes. You're right, Lord Diarmuiden. I am the supreme commander of this front. The responsibility for all deaths lies with me. Moreover, Diarmuiden's macroscopic view of the war from a structural perspective also makes sense. Up close, it might seem that the Sky Knight's needless annihilation was due to Mikhail's mistake and recklessness. But from a distance, it can be interpreted that the entire front's operational situation was pushed to its limit, and the fatigue and strain accumulated, making the annihilation of the Sky Knights just one of the results this situation brought about. And it might just be the beginning. Due to accumulated fatigue, other heroes might also start making mistakes they wouldn't normally make, and those small butterfly flaps could become the fuse leading to the front's downfall. This is what Diarmuiden pointed out. The structural crisis facing the monster front. Everyone is being consumed, and Prince Ash, that consumption includes you as well. You're saying I'm being consumed? Isn't it the case? It's clear to see you sinking deeper into worry with each increase in the death toll. I clenched my mouth shut. Diarmuiden pointed his finger at me. If you continue to fight this way, you'll fall before reaching the finish line of the long race, just like Mikhail and the Sky Knights did. Me? I asked cautiously. What should I do? Can you lend me your wisdom? You already know what advice I can give, don't you? Diarmuiden shrugged. Sacrifice lives. Reduce the frequency of elite deployments to lessen fatigue, and fill the remaining gaps with expendable lives. Even if the exchange rate of troops plummets and the number of graves beneath the soil increases, the front can be maintained. An elite among elites, a magician. The small state composed solely of magicians, the Ivory Tower. Its ruler, Diarmuiden, was suggesting this. To preserve the strength of the elites by sacrificing the lives of the non-elites. But you won't do that. You're fighting precisely to avoid that. The old king's eyebrows twitched. You're a commander full of contradictions, Prince Ash. It's true that many are loyal to you because of those contradictions. Having decided to walk a difficult path, it's only natural that trials will continually come your way, isn't it? Diarmuiden clicked his tongue. But remember, a leader who finds a good compromise between ideals and reality is called a wise ruler by the world. And if I can't find one of two things, either a foolish tyrant or leaving the sentence hanging. Diarmuiden gave me a meaningful look before abruptly turning and walking away. He then disappeared into the distance. I grumbled to myself. Always such a difficult old man. But, difficult as he may be, there wasn't a single wrong word in what he said. If things continue as they are, the front will not hold and will collapse. It was the same in the game. Unlike the first and second years, the third year saw many more battles, with the fatigue of heroes and soldiers almost always at its limit. In the game, enduring the stat debuffs that come with being fatigued was manageable with sheer willpower and force. But in this reality, that's not possible. Fatigue doesn't just reduce numbers. It breaks people's spirits. Suddenly, the management of professional sports players, particularly in professional baseball, came to mind. In league-based professional baseball games, losing is a strategic choice. You give up on certain games and accumulate wins in ones you're sure you can win. And then, in critical moments, you deploy your best, the reliable starting pitcher and the surefire closer. Because players are human. Even the best player will end up worn out and ruined if they play every game. It's ideal to deploy them where they can win. The problem is, defending against monsters isn't like playing a baseball game. If the monster front collapses, it's game over. Even a single defeat means world annihilation. Every single battle has to be an all-out fight for survival. In such a scenario, there's no room to save starters, relievers, closers, bullpen, the elite members. So we've been throwing everything we have into the fight, somehow holding on. But the third year has been relentless. A change was needed. But how? It's tough. Rubbing my throbbing forehead, I muttered to myself. It hurts, and it's tough. Temple. Standing in front of Mikhail's hospital room, I took a deep breath before pushing the door open. Creak. Inside the open room, Mikhail was curled up, motionless. Leaning against the wall at the corner of the bed. He had his face buried between his knees. Quietly, Mikhail. Approaching, I pulled a chair and sat down in front of him. I heard you haven't even taken a sip of water. You can't go on like this. You're refusing treatment, too? If this continues, your wounds could worsen, leading to more severe illnesses. You need to receive treatment before that happens. Mikhail. To the unmoving Mikhail, I reluctantly uttered the next words. You have to think about your comrades who fell trying to save you. If you fall now. Snap. Before I could finish, Mikhail's face, shadowed in darkness, flashed with crimson anger, and the young knight's fist grasped my collar. With a haggard face dried with tear stains, Mikhail shouted, "Don't speak so lightly. Don't say it so lightly. All my lifelong comrades died right before my eyes. Because of me, how can I possibly? I'm not speaking lightly. I've lost plenty right in front of me, too." Gently chiding the trembling Mikhail, who was shouting in a strained voice. But there are people you still have to lead. The subjects, the soldiers, and even the reserve griffins. The remaining forces of the Vermilion Kingdom and the Sky Knights are still here in Crossroad, hoping only for the Crown Prince's recovery. Not to mention, his homeland in the far northwest is also waiting for his safe return. The shock of defeat is indescribably huge, but giving up on eating and even refusing treatment is not something a crown prince should do. Thinking of the people he still had to be responsible for seemed to calm him down a bit, and Mikhail slowly released his grip on my collar. With his head bowed low, Mikhail murmured in a defeated tone, "I've lost my comrades, the griffins, my weapons, everything. Am I no longer able to fight? The Sky Knights and the Vermilion Kingdom have contributed enough to the World Guardian front. Everyone here on this front knows that. So, what, you're saying I can go back now?" Yes. The Vermilion Kingdom has lost not only its main force, the Sky Knights, but the Crown Prince has been injured as well. How could anyone ask for more participation in this situation? However, upon hearing my words, the haggard Mikhail's lips curled up in a bitter smile. "Don't joke. I can't go back like this. Mikhail, having lost all my precious comrades, how can I return to my homeland with only this tragic failure in tow?" The veins in Mikhail's pale hands bulged as he clenched the bed tightly. "Don't make me laugh. Stop it. We have to prove it. We must prove that we, the Sky Knights, are the highest flying knights in the world." Bowing his head, Mikhail continued to mutter to himself. The mental shock must be immense. He lost all his comrades right before his eyes. I patted Mikhail's shoulder one last time before standing up. For the sake of those left to you, you need to receive treatment and eat well. Understand? I'll come again, Mikhail. Rest easy. Don't think about anything. After urging him, I left Mikhail's hospital room. Even as I stepped out of the room, in the darkness of the unlit hospital room, curled up on the bed, Mikhail continued to mutter. I can't accept this. I won't accept it. I'll prove it. That we, with his eyes flickering a restless crimson, glaring into the void, can save the world. Chapter 533. As I stepped out of the hospital room, a woman dressed neatly in a tight-fitting priest's robe was waiting. I called out her name. Rosetta. She was the newly joined commander of the 1st Holy Knights Division, Rosetta. Having been engaged in relief activities since our arrival at Crossroad, it was here that we met. Prince Ash. Rosetta, who called my name in return, adjusted her round silver-rimmed glasses and smiled brightly. Just as I thought her smile lines surprisingly charming, she said, "It's heresy." Frozen, I stuttered in response. Eh? What? Heresy? What is? Refusing treatment. It's an act of heresy. Rosetta gestured towards the room behind me, Mikhail's room. Only then did I realize that the heretic Rosetta was referring to was Mikhail, and a chill ran down my spine. And heresy. As Rosetta murmured ominously and reached into her robe, I, without realizing it, waved my hands frantically to stop her. Wait a minute. Calm down, Rosetta. Mikhail is going to receive treatment. So don't do anything scary. Huh? Scary thing? Rosetta blinked in confusion, then slowly withdrew her hand from her robe. In her hand was pen and notebook. An incredulous sound escaped my lips. Eh? Ha ha. Scary thing, you say? What are you talking about? This is just... Rosetta opened the notebook and began to write something down in elegant handwriting, kindly explaining as she did so. It's just accruing heresy points. What in the world is that? Heresy points. Just the name sounds terrifying. Regardless of my shock, Rosetta calmly continued writing. Mikhail Vermilion, refusal of treatment, heresy points, 10 points. Ah, there. You shouldn't run in the temple corridors. It's heresy. The young mercenaries running through the corridor covered their ears and ran off upon hearing her. Rosetta clicked her tongue and wrote something more in her notebook. Ignoring the priest's words, add 5 more heresy points for a total of 20. Ah, there. Those eating. You shouldn't be picky. It's heresy. Don't leave food on your plates. Rosetta continued to point out the actions of mercenaries around the temple, freely doling out heresy points. What exactly does heresy mean to this woman? And what can be done with the heresy points once a certain amount is accumulated? It was unclear, but fortunately, it seemed that these heresy points were only for recording purposes and not actually used for punishment. She just quietly wrote in her notebook. Thump. Having closed her notebook, Rosetta looked up at me and chuckled. Did you think I was some mad priest who arbitrarily brands others as heretics and whips them to death? Well, to be honest, I did think so. I understand that you are wary of my Holy Knights division. We are infamous for our inflexibility, after all. Was I misunderstanding? Not exactly. We do cling to principles, after all. But we are strict with ourselves. Rosetta walked ahead with light steps. I quietly followed her, listening to her words. To ourselves, within the goddess's order. My Holy Knight's division is the flame that consumes our flesh and the whip that scars us. However, we do not impose these principles on others outside. Oh, well, I am keeping the heresy notebook. It's our duty not to remain silent in the face of injustice. That's still pretty scary. I hesitated a bit before asking. By the way, it might be a bit late to ask, but does it bother you that I speak to you so informally? Looking back, I remember being very formal with Margarita, who was the head priestess at first, always addressing her with the utmost respect. But then, speaking informally to her successors, Zenes and Rosetta, seemed a bit odd. Rosetta slightly raised her thin lips in a menacing smile. You're asking quite late. Yes, speaking informally is also heresy. Ah! Startled, I nearly had a fit, but Rosetta covered her mouth and chuckled. Just kidding. It's not that easy to earn heresy points. Well, just a moment ago you were handing them out quite freely. Whether you speak to me informally or formally, whether you see me as a pebble on the road or as a messenger of the goddess, it makes no difference to me. I am here to fulfill my mission. Anyway, I'll just keep speaking informally. Felt too late to change now, so I decided to continue speaking informally. The temple was filled with soldiers who had been injured and were having trouble moving. Rosetta, whenever she encountered them, generously sprinkled her holy power. The soldiers, feeling better, bowed repeatedly to Rosetta, who did not properly receive their thanks and just briskly moved forward. I admired her internally. I thought a heresy inquisitor would only be good at throwing punches, but your healing skills are extraordinary. It seems you have a misunderstanding. All priests in our order possess exceptional healing abilities. Rosetta showed off the silver rosary wrapped around her wrist. How could we learn to destroy without being able to heal someone? Even heresy inquisitors are no exception. Indeed, in the game, whether a paladin or a heresy inquisitor, they all come with a healing skill like Light of Healing as a passive skill. I also hold the status of a saintess. I have a pretty long career as a healing priestess. You're a saintess too? Like Margarita before? Surprised, I asked, and Rosetta answered indifferently. In our order, whether a saintess or a saint, it's just a title. Precisely, it's an honorary position given to female priests who can generate a certain level of holy power and have contributed significantly to the order. I too meet the qualifications. So, should I call you saintess from now on? Ha ha. Rosetta let out a cynical dry laugh and stopped walking. That title doesn't suit the thorny path I've been assigned. I've never used it. Saintess is a title better suited for someone else. Margarita was once dispatched here, wasn't she? Rosetta stopped in front of the head priest's office. She lightly brushed the old door with her fingertips. She must have worked in this room. Do you know Margarita? Of course. The title of saintess isn't common, after all. We saintesses do at least greet each other and keep in touch. Rosetta lowered her eyes, perhaps recalling memories with Margarita. The goddess often takes the kind and righteous ones first, doesn't she? She gathers the souls of the good people first, to use them preciously in heaven. I thought of Margarita. Even though she always complaining while shivering, she was always at the forefront, healing people. The saintess of this temple that I always miss. But I have survived ugly and disgracefully on this earth without being martyred in battle. I must continue to walk the thorny path given to me. Rosetta's eyes flashed open. Then, spinning around, her long priestess robe fluttering, she stretched out her leg in a picturesque kick and, bang, kicked open the door to the head priest's office. The locks that had been hastily placed on the inner door of the head priest's office shattered into pieces with one kick. As I stood there with my mouth agape at the sight, Rosetta pulled out her notebook and started writing swiftly. Rosetta, for damaging temple property, heresy points 30. And then, she shot a sharp glance inside the head priest's office. I'll transfer these 30 points to Priest Zenes, who caused this act of heresy. Thump, crash, bang. The sound of someone frantically rolling around came from inside the office. Rosetta entered with light footsteps. Zenes, I know you're hiding here. Come out this instant. Eek! Eek! Inside the head priest's office, in front of the desk, stood Zenes with a face full of panic. The inside of the office was a mess. Cigarette packs and liquor bottles were scattered around, and unwashed laundry was strewn about. Ugh! The smell of an old man. I couldn't help but cover my nose. What is this stench? Am I going to end up like this too? Rosetta frowned as well. To defile this sacred space where Saintess Margarita once worked, you really have no shame, Zenes. Well, To be honest, Margarita also lived with cigarettes and alcohol due to work stress. The state of the room wasn't much different back then. This wasn't the time to bring that up. As soon as Zenny saw Rosetta, he let out an ill-fitting scream and hastily opened the window at the back of the head priest's office. Rosetta murmured coldly as Zenny's tried to escape by jumping out. "Do you think jumping out will allow you to run for much longer? Think about it, Zenny's. Whether it's better to take your punishment cleanly now or to run and accrue more sins against the goddess and the order, only to face an even more terrible end. Think carefully." Zenny's hesitated, twitching, but upon seeing Rosetta's threateningly clenched fists, he eventually gave up on escaping. "I surrender, sister." The priest slumped his shoulders, sniffling and meekly knelt before Rosetta. Anger swirled in Rosetta's intelligent eyes behind her glasses. "Our order's eternal lost sheep, the troublemaker Zenny's. You've run well until now, but this is the end. Punish me." "Yes, I was going to do that anyway. Shrrk." Rosetta unwound the iron whip from her waist and gripped it in her hand. The murderous intent was palpable, as if she really intended to use that lethal whip. I panicked and intervened urgently. Wait. Are we really going to have an iron whip show here?" "Yes, I will administer the whipping until his life is taken." "Until his life is taken?" Was Zenny's statement yesterday about trying to kill him not an exaggeration but meant quite literally? Rosetta, without blinking an eye, coiled the whip on the ground. "Zenny's, who's hiding behind your highness, has not only trampled the honor of our Holy Knights Division and the Inquisitors but has also tarnished the name of our goddess's church with his notorious debauchery." "Well, that thing. I sort of know the story. I had done some background checks on Zenny's when he first came here on Serenade's behalf. About 10 years ago, while on a mission abroad to spread the faith, he got a princess of that country pregnant, didn't he? It actually happened 14 years ago. The report to the higher-ups came a good while after the actual event. Truly, as the head of the order, it's a disgraceful matter to even speak of. Whether truly ashamed or not, Rosetta's pale face flushed with anger. Zenny's, kneeling behind me, closed his eyes and remained silent. Just hearing this story makes you wonder if he's insane. Regardless, Zenny's, who had been assigned to Crossroad, worked diligently as the head priest, which is why I had been willing to overlook his past. I desperately tried to defend Zenny's. Hadn't he already been punished? He received a penalty akin to excommunication, and was made to serve as a common priest for life. That should have been the end of it. The punishment at that time was arbitrarily decided by the church's leaders. It was a political maneuver intended to spare our Holy Knights Division's disgrace and weaken our influence within the order. What kind of intense political battles are happening within a religious organization? Tone it down, will you? Anyway, a judgment has already been made. Why overturn it and punish him again? Once a decision is final, it shouldn't be overturned. Haven't you heard of the principle of residential judicata? Church law is different from criminal law, Your Highness. Rosetta stood her ground without yielding an inch. Now that our Holy Knights Division and I have taken leadership of the order, we can revise the church's previous sanctions. I am merely exercising the rights given to me. But have I not told you, Your Highness? Our Holy Knights Division is the flame and the whip purifying our order from within. This is an internal matter of our order, Your Highness. With all due respect, you have no right to interfere. Not even the Emperor has the right to meddle in this matter. Rosetta spoke calmly, yet her words were sharp as a blade. We will cooperate in all matters outside the order. We will slay monsters and heal the sick. Our order will continue to be a good neighbor to you all, as it has always been. So please, do not hinder our efforts to cleanse the stains within our own order. Swish dash. With a flick of her arm to the right, the iron whip moved like a live snake, shredding the furniture around her in an instant. Please step aside, Your Highness. With an intelligent face, Rosetta showed a gentle smile. This is your last warning. A smile with the scent of blood, chillingly cold. Chapter 534. I can't move aside. Ignoring Rosetta's warning, I put strength into my feet planted on the ground. No, I won't move aside, Rosetta. Rosetta's gaze turned cold. I scoffed. It seems you're the one under a misconception. A misconception? This place, Crossroad, the Monster Front, and the World Guardian Front are all independent entities not bound by any country's control. And what of it? In other words, it means this is a place not governed by any nation's laws. I raised my fist, pointing at myself with just my thumb. The only law that applies here is the military law I've established. Your order's doctrines, the imperial court's criminal laws, none can infringe upon my city. Such arrogance. There's no land untouched by the goddess's grace in this world. I am always indebted to the goddess, especially since I've been countering every dark event from the monster side with Guardia's blessing. I'm always grateful to the goddess. But that's a separate issue, I declared. This land is ruled by humans, and I am its sovereign. In my land, no private sanctions are allowed, except for the punishments I recognize. Not even the goddess can violate this rule on my land. Through her silver-rimmed glasses, Rosetta narrowed her eyes. Her eyelashes, as pale gold as her hair, trembled slightly. Rosetta, wasn't the reason it was possible for you to take over the Central Order was because Fernandez disappeared? With my hands in my pockets, I deliberately spoke in a lax tone. Then you should think harder. With Fernandez gone, who do you think will sit on the imperial throne next? Who should your order be showing a good face to for the sake of its future? Rosetta snickered. You seem to have the wrong impression of me, Your Highness. Do I look like someone who would be swayed by such threats?
No.
Of course not. You're a psycho-martyr. She's the type of crazy person who would beat her stepbrother to death with a whip if it were for the principles she's decided to follow. But she's no longer just an individual. And now, you represent your order, don't you? Rosetta was originally the commander of the Holy Knights, but having eliminated all her political enemies within the order, she's just been appointed as the new representative of the goddess's order. Rosetta, as an individual, is not someone to be swayed by threats. However, for Rosetta, who has just become the representative of the order, it would be imprudent to act recklessly in the face of such threats. This is the weight that those who bear the lives of others, the sovereigns, must carry, and she has become one of such kings. Indeed, after a moment of silence, Rosetta sighed and closed her eyes. The more one lives, the more complex the world seems. Isn't that so, Your Highness? Her murderous intent faded. I slowly nodded in agreement. The higher you climb, the farther you see, and the more there is to consider. Even I, a mere mortal of this earth, find the world difficult to navigate. How much more must the goddess, who sees everything from the heavens, have to concern herself with? To the very end, she spoke like a true believer. Anyway, Rosetta slowly sheathed her iron whip, folding it neatly and attaching it to her waist. Her touch was gentle, as if handling not a whip but a newly acquired accessory. Your Highness, I clearly understand your intention. The execution of Zeniz's punishment will be postponed for now. I appreciate your understanding. However, Zeniz, from this moment, I strip you of your temporary priesthood in Crossroad. Rosetta issued her cruel command in a calm yet sharp voice. Also, I am issuing an eviction order from the Crossroad Temple. A priest without affiliation must leave the area within a fortnight and return to the imperial capital within 3 months. You haven't forgotten that rule, have you? Zeniz silently bowed his head. Listening to this, I couldn't help but ask in disbelief. What happens if that rule is broken? Excommunication. Rosetta answered simply. The content, however, was anything but light. As a priest, all of Zeniz's life up to this point will be erased from the records, and henceforth, he cannot use divine power or exploit the name of the gods. Additionally, He will be monitored for the remainder of his life. Losing everything he has lived for up until now, Zenis could either live out his life in Crossroad as quietly as a mouse, or return to the imperial capital as a priest and die under the honorable whip of his former comrades. There were only two paths left for Zenis. To think that she gave him a choice. Should this be considered mercy? You have 1 hour to leave. That's all. Rosetta said this to Zenis, and after giving me a slight bow, she turned and left. Standing dazed in the middle of the ruined priest's office, I quickly turned to Zenis. Hey, Mr. Zenis, explain. What's going on here? Seemingly just as stunned, Zenis finally spoke in a desolate voice. As you know, there's nothing more I can add or subtract. Is it true that you caused a major scandal with a princess from another country, and that your stepsister wants you dead because she believes it tarnished the Order's honor? Yes, that's true. My goodness, how do we solve this? No, is it even solvable? Rubbing my head in frustration, Zenis cautiously bowed his head. Your Highness, I'm truly ashamed to ask, but I have a favor to request. Let's hear it. I was curious about what he would ask for, but Zenis rummaged through his belongings and pulled out a pen and paper. I was taken aback. You're not trying to write down heresy points, are you? The only person crazy enough to do such a thing in this world is my sister. What Zenis wrote down wasn't heresy points, but an address. He carefully handed it over to me. Could you send my entire estate to this address? I examined the address. It was for an orphanage operated by the goddess's order near the imperial capital. I've been sending all my priestly salary there, but it seems I won't be able to do so anymore. Not that my entire estate amounts to much. Who lives at this orphanage? My son. I was startled, causing the hand holding the address to shake. The son I had with the foreign princess. Lake Kingdom's dungeon. Base camp. Sigh. Crouched next to the central bonfire, I groaned while clutching my head. At that, Kelly Bay, who was hammering nearby, shrieked in annoyance. Why do you keep sighing like that, driving all the luck away? Sometimes, Kelly Bay, you really remind me of a Korean elder, I muttered, astonished. Sighing driving luck away? What kind of superstition is that? At my muttering, Kelly Bay raised his thick eyebrows. Korea? Where's that? A place rich in precious metals? Lots of mines. I'm not particularly interested in mineral resources, so I wouldn't know. Anyway, this elder's brain must be filled with metal through and through. What kind of standard is that for asking questions? Is this unfamiliar country called Korea the cause of your troubles? Hey, just say the word. I'll go smash it all with my hammer. No. If you smash that, it'll be a big problem. Please don't. I tapped my forehead with my fingertips, murmuring. It's a problem related to that foreign country, and it's also something that happened 14 years ago. My goodness. 14 years ago? In a foreign country? Yikes. What kind of trouble were you stirring up from such a young age? It's not that I caused the trouble, since there were no other people around, and Kelly Bay is one of the few I completely trust. I laid out the situation and problems Zenis was facing, including what he had done 14 years ago. After hearing the whole story, Kelly Bay clicked his tongue. I never saw that friend in such a light, but he sure did something significant. That's what I'm saying. But trying to send child support until the end is commendable. Isn't it? Should I really consider that commendable? I was plunged into thought. Is this commendable, or is it shameless? And how did the child born between Zenis and the foreign princess end up growing up in an imperial orphanage? The more I think about it, the more anomalies I find in this story. Hey, that's definitely commendable. I've never even properly prepared a meal for my children, let alone give them allowance. Ha ha ha. Isn't that a bit too much? What do you mean too much? That's how dwarves are raised. Born and immediately given their own personal cave, they grow up digging it out on their own. What on earth is dwarven child rearing? Right now, in Crossroad, Kellison, Kellebay's son, is here leading a dwarven legion. They are renovating and repairing the main fortress of Crossroad, and every time they see Kelly Bay, they can't hide their annoyance. Kelly Bay might be unsurpassed as a blacksmith, but as a father of children, perhaps not so much. Anyway, parent-child relationships are already difficult. Zenny's and his son, that's really a complicated relationship. You're telling me, it doesn't sound easy at all. As we were chatting away, I suddenly felt a piercing gaze. Huh? Turning to the side, I saw Hannibal hiding in the corner of the forge, listening to our conversation. This assistant blacksmith, who is also a spirit mage and enchanter, was staring at us with wide eyes. Hannibal? What's up? Huh? Oh no. It's nothing. Startled by my call, Hannibal jumped up, his bushy hair bouncing in the air. Kelly Bay then gestured grandly at him. Young man, have you finished the final touches? Then snap to it and bring over that completed thing. Yes, yes. Hannibal hurriedly ran back into the forge. Watching him, Kelly Bay chuckled and then glanced at me, asking in a hushed tone. And, what's the other problem? It seems like you have another concern. Just talk about it. Sometimes just talking can be helpful, you know? After a moment of hesitation, I slowly began to speak. The wounded Mikhail and the annihilated Sky Knights. The increasing fatigue on the front lines. Facing these and other problems, how to manage the front lines moving forward. As I opened up, Kelly Bay listened silently and then said, I'm not the strategist type, so I don't know the solution to such complex issues. Then, throwing up his hands in resignation and stroking his beard with a grin, he said, when your mind is that troubled, the best thing is to handle a newly crafted, amazing weapon. That doesn't solve the problem, but it does make you feel better. Here, Hannibal returned from the workshop, wrapping the newly crafted equipment in a dark cloth. Kelly Bay, having estimated its weight one last time, handed it over to me. Plus, this time it's equipment made for your use. I slowly accepted the equipment Kelly Bay passed to me, gently peeling away the dark cloth covering the equipment. Kelly Bay seemed even more excited, his shoulders bouncing in anticipation. This is my newly crafted Nightmare Slayer. Equipment like this has never existed before. Custom-designed gimmicks according to the requester's taste, grip, weight, and even handling habits. A completely order-made weapon. As the dark cloth slid off, what was revealed was
Nemet, Light và Shadow.
A splendid ceremonial longsword. From the blade to the guard and the handle, the entire body of the grand longsword was so transparently white it was almost ethereal. And the sheath for the longsword, devoid of any pattern or decoration, seemed to absorb light, pitch black in color. The ceremonial longsword for commanders. Light. And its sheath. Shadow. Twin magical cores obtained after defeating the third-ranked Nightmare Legion commander, the Grand Sorceress White Knight. These two cores were used to create custom equipment made solely for me. The Nightmare Slayer. Light va Shadow. Chapter 535. I drew the sword. Shring dash. With a cool sound, the blade revealed itself to the world. Couldn't help but marvel. It's light. Despite being a holder of such feeble strength that it would be laughable for an awakened character who has completed the third-class advancement, I could swing this ceremonial longsword with ease. Moreover, you've made it too beautifully? The white sword was so transparent it almost seemed made of glass. It didn't look like a sword but rather a piece of art. As I continued to express my admiration, Kelly Bay shrugged his shoulders. It's the first time I've made a ceremonial sword rather than one for actual combat. Since it was for ceremonial use, I decided to put in a bit of effort. Amazing, Kelly Bay. It's truly splendid. But its durability is terribly low, so you have to be gentle with it. Got it. Kelly Bay kept explaining as he circled around me. I've included all the features you requested, and as per your request, I've deliberately dulled the blade. It won't cut paper, let alone vegetables. It's just a pretty club, a club. Exactly what I wanted. Silly guy. And about the sheath. Kelly Bay cast a slightly nervous glance towards the sheath in my other hand. You better handle it with care. That sheath is actually more dangerous than the sword. I looked at the sheath in my hand. Pitch black, carrying a sinister darkness like midnight, an ominous sheath. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, it seemed as if sounds of darkness-eating bugs came from the sheath. Simultaneously, the lights in the base camp flickered all at once, as if someone had blown on a torch. By the great hammer! Mommy! Startled, Kelly Bay and Hannibal clung to each other. An evil aura seemed to swirl around us. Gasp! I tightened my grip on the sheath, focusing my mind to infuse magic power into it. Then, the sounds of darkness-consuming bugs ceased all at once. The flickering lights stabilized, and the base camp was enveloped in bright light as if nothing had happened. I can handle this much now. I smiled slightly, slowly inserting the ceremonial longsword, light, into its sheath, shadow. Not just the sheath, but the sword itself emitted a certain demonic aura. Not only its inherent beauty, it seemed to possess a magical force that seductively caught people's eyes. And when combined into one, inserting the sword into the sheath, the demonic aura emitted by both pieces seemed to neutralize each other. If I'm not careful, it might consume me. This is the Nightmare Slayer. Can enchant people with both light and shadow. But also, a person can wield both light and shadow. Willing to take the risk and wield this equipment, I thought about moving on to the next phase of the strategy as I attached the sword to my waist. Wait, there's more. I've included that transformation gimmick you requested. Kelly Bay was about to explain more excitedly, but I didn't listen and activated the lock mechanism installed in the sheath. A device known as a secret lock, locking the sword in place. Click. This locking mechanism, usually used on ring swords, was something I had requested to be custom-made, and Kelly Bay had done a splendid job. Aren't you going to try the transformation? Kelly Bay, flustered as I locked the sword, stuttered in disappointment. It's like giving your young son his favorite transforming robot toy, and then the son disappointingly doesn't use the transformation feature, that specific kind of look. I smiled wryly and nodded. Today, there's a funeral being held in Crossroad. I should start heading over. Testing the transformation gimmick would take too long. But, well, if it's for a funeral, there's no helping it. Kelly Bay, respecting my duties as a lord, seemed a bit disappointed as he continually glanced at my waist where the equipment was. The transformation gimmick must have been a work of pride for him. However, using that gimmick would require testing too many things, since it's a weapon that needs to be familiarized with through actual use. Thus, I decided to postpone the testing and start preparing for the funeral. Master! At that moment, Hannibal cautiously called out to Kelly Bay. I wondered when they had developed a master-disciple relationship to use such terms. Would it be all right if I take a quick trip to the surface? After meeting Hannibal's earnest gaze for a moment, Kelly Bay briskly stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Good. I'll come with you. I've been wanting to get some fresh air anyway. Yes. I quietly watched the two prepare to leave together, thinking to myself, Kelly Bay might not know much about raising children, but he seems to do quite well in training disciples. Clapping my hands, I led the way to the teleportation gate. Let's hurry. We don't have much time left. West of Crossroad, the graveyard. Here, a funeral is in full swing. The choir is singing. Holy water is being sprinkled on the grave, blessing the afterlife of the deceased. Watching the funeral proceedings unfold, I turned my head to gaze at the graves. In the last 3 months, many more graves had been added. Since stage 27, there have been continuous deaths, and the scale has been growing. Having attended funerals non-stop recently, this scenery has become all too familiar. I hated that, becoming accustomed to death, becoming desensitized to sorrow, having funerals become a routine part of daily life. I hated it. As the ceremony came to an end, it was my turn to speak. Stepping up to the podium, I cleared my throat and recited a stanza from an elegy. Do not go gentle into that good night. Do not accept the dark night meekly. Old age should burn and rave at close of day. Those fading away should thrash and resist at day's end. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Let anger, and again anger, be directed at the fading light. Silence followed my recitation. The verse I chose was somewhat different from the usual funeral tributes. Thus, the citizens appeared slightly puzzled. Taking a deep breath, I began to speak. This year, funerals have become frequent, happening one after another, from stage 27 to stage 30. After each defensive battle, we've had 4 consecutive funerals. Have funerals become familiar to everyone? My sudden question left the crowd in front of me taken aback. Unlike the usual somber funeral tributes, I addressed the crowd with an aggressive and harsh tone. Has it become a regular scene to gather here after a defensive battle, to collect the bodies of our comrades, to listen to funeral songs, and to send off the dead? People glanced at each other. Have I become used to reciting sad verses, making moving speeches, and remembering those who have fallen with tears? Has this become natural? Some nodded in agreement, while others shook their heads slightly. Or, to be frank, does it no longer sadden us when a few die? Has all this become a routine part of our daily lives? Most of the crowd looked at me with eyes that didn't quite grasp the intent of my questions. I spoke with fervor. Do not become accustomed to it. Do not consider funerals as part of your routine. Do not regard death as something natural. Do not become numb to sorrow. Do not resign. Do not give up. I yelled out. Be angry at the monsters, at death, at this war. Be angry, and be angry again. If a scab has formed over the wounds engraved in your soul, tear it off with your own hands. Bleed yourself. Revisit the pain. The teeth of wounded soldiers were clenched. Hands wrapped in bandages gripped into fists. No matter how powerful the enemy, no matter how difficult the battle, do not resign to the notion that all these deaths were inevitable sacrifices. Think again. Stretch out your arm further. I too clenched my teeth and gripped my fist. There is a way. There is a clever strategy. There are tactics. We just haven't found them in time. Do not accept the outcome passively. Resist tenaciously. Struggle desperately. Fight with all your might. I took a moment to catch my breath. My voice had become a bit hoarse. And, if despite fighting thus, another funeral comes to pass, I looked around at the people. Then weep. Do not become indifferent. Do not let go thinking you've done enough, that it couldn't be helped. Mourn and rage for each death of a comrade. Do not forget that pain. After brushing back my disheveled hair, I continued. We are currently facing a monumental challenge in our front lines, protecting the human world from monsters, and at the same time, preserving our humanity. If we give up the latter, if we grind through human lives, strip soldiers of their emotions, and operate the front lines mechanically and efficiently, maybe clearing the stages would be easier. However, the path I choose and the path we choose is not there. I've come to this conclusion long ago. Humanity is not something grand. It's you still being able to feel sorrow, still being able to feel joy, still being able to feel anger. It's about not letting that heart wear down. That is what humanity is. I slowly nodded. I will find a way to protect the human world from monsters. So, I ask you, please, preserve your own humanity. The monster front is in crisis. Soldiers are worn out from fatigue. Hastily formed groups and heroes are clashing, creating discord. But, nevertheless, there will be a solution, and I am the one to find it. Do not just watch as the heart becomes numb, as the light dims. I murmured with strength to the people. Be angry. After a moment of silence, I slowly bowed my head. To the 19 knights of the Vermilion Kingdom, who led the charge in protecting the world while soaring through the skies. It is because of their valiant efforts that the world has survived this time. May they be remembered for soaring higher than anyone, for being braver than anyone, forever. Let us observe a moment of silence for the 19 members of the Sky Knights who have returned to the heavens before us. I bowed my head first and the people followed, bowing their heads en masse. After the moment of silence, I stepped down from the podium. Evangeline, who was in charge of overseeing this funeral, waved her arm grandly. Bang! The dry salute to honor the dead echoed high. The funeral was over with that. However, the people did not disperse quickly, quietly pondering in their places. About this death, the previous deaths, and perhaps about their own hearts that had become indifferent to death over time. Mikhail was on a hill overlooking the graveyard. Sitting on the exposed roots of an old tree, he quietly watched the funeral below. The boy dressed in black mourning clothes looked emaciated. His once vibrant auburn hair and eyes had faded, losing their vitality in just a few days. Mikhail. As I approached him, calling out his name, Mikhail did not shift his gaze from the funeral, responding in a deep, hollow voice. Prince Ash, thank you for taking care of my subordinate's funeral. It's my duty. The bodies of the 19 knights of the Vermilion Kingdom were all cremated. Here in the graveyard, empty graves were prepared for the funeral, with plans to later transfer the urns to the Vermilion Kingdom. In front of those empty graves, people from the Vermilion Kingdom were mourning. However, Mikhail stood apart, unable to join them at that place. How about going there? Everyone is waiting for you. When I gently suggested it, Mikhail bitterly shook his head. I have no face to show. I killed them all. How could I shamelessly cry there? Mikhail, you know accidents in battle are inevitable. Besides, I was the one who gave the orders. Your tactical orders were accurate. My subordinates were perfect. The only mistake was mine, charging into the enemy lines. Mikhail let out a weak smile. I'm not sure how to hand over an urn filled with ashes to the families back home, waiting for their return. There's nothing to return but death and defeat. Rubbing his face with his empty hands, Mikhail murmured in a subdued voice. But yes, I know. This too is my duty, as a crown prince, as a commander of the knights. Then, staggering to his feet, Mikhail gave me a precarious smile. Thank you, Prince Ash. Really, as you said, I'll go to my people. Good. They are all waiting. Mikhail began to walk down the hill with unsteady steps. Watching his back, Mikhail suddenly stopped and turned around. By the way, your speech was impressive. Be angry. Yes, we should be angry. With a smile that seemed on the verge of collapsing like an avalanche, Mikhail murmured once more. We should be angry. Then he continued his shaky descent down the hillside. I watched the flickering shadow of the young knight, praying earnestly that his fragility would not lead to his own destruction. Chapter 536. Rosetta also attended the funeral as expected. A priest could not be absent from an event commemorating the dead. Dressed in her stark black priestly garb, devoid of any adornments, Rosetta was quietly praying in front of the graves. As I approached, Rosetta, hearing my footsteps, stopped her prayer and gave me a slight smile. A fitting funeral, Your Highness. Is there such a thing as a good or bad funeral? My question, tinged with disbelief, was smoothly answered by Rosetta. While the death of a person is a sad affair, properly honoring them is a commendable act. In the imperial capital, most deaths are treated with disregard. To treat every death with such respect, you are doing a remarkable thing. Save the flattery. Even the finest funeral would be better off not happening, right? Indeed, Your Highness speaks the truth, but it's still important to acknowledge good deeds. If not by others, then let me commend you. Rosetta took out a notebook and pen from her robe and began to cross out pre-written items. I'll reduce 100 heresy points for you. Did I accumulate that many points already? If you continue to perform good deeds, I'll reduce the remaining points as well. There are more points? Amused by my reaction, Rosetta covered her mouth and laughed. Sharing a hollow laugh, I stood beside Rosetta, looking over the graveyard. The graves that had multiplied over time were neatly aligned in rows and columns. The hot sun beamed down on the graves. A warm wind blew. Summer was near. Damien, sweating profusely as he finished up a funeral in front of a new grave, caught my eye. I murmured without realizing. Priests really have it tough. They strive to save lives on a regular basis, and then when someone dies, they have to work hard at the funeral like this. Life and death are two sides of the same coin. You can't handle one without the other, like only seeing one side of a coin. Rosetta signaled to me with her eyes. And it's not just priests. You, Your Highness, are also braving death here to protect life on the front lines. Such is the way of the world. Where there's sunlight, shadows fall behind. Long shadows were cast behind the sunlit graves. I let out a slight sigh. Such is the way of the world, inherently possessing duality, or even multiple facets. Indeed, Your Highness speaks wisely. So, we shouldn't judge based solely on one aspect. A mindset befitting a ruler. So, shouldn't we also consider more than one aspect in Zeniz's case? As I glanced at Rosetta, she smiled broadly, as if she had anticipated my approach. Did Zeniz somehow catch your interest? Seeing how you go out of your way to defend him. Isn't it the same for you? Me? You also shielded Zeniz. Rosetta frowned, as if confused. I crossed my arms and nodded towards her. Why did you wait for me before going to deal with Zeniz, if not to take me with you? If you really wanted to kill that troublemaker, you could have quietly found him and dealt with him, right? Why bother taking me along? I pressed Rosetta, who remained silent. You wanted me to stop you, didn't you? That's it, right? Even though Zeniz deserved death by the standards of your holy knights, you still paved a way for him to live in this city by dismissing him from his priestly duties. That could be considered mercy in a way. So my conclusion is, Rosetta, you pretended to dispose of your stepbrother but actually wanted to open a path for him. You used me in the process. Ha ha. With a hollow laugh, Rosetta did not deny my words but gave me a sidelong glance. If everything you say is true, even so, will you still play along with my shallow trickery? I don't know your intentions, but considering what Zeniz has contributed to this city, I do want to save his life. So yes, I'll play along with your shallow trickery. At my words, Rosetta turned to look at the aligned graves quietly. Your Highness is correct. Every matter has multiple aspects, and how we choose to illuminate them can reveal entirely different perspectives. Zeniz's case is no different. At face value, he's a bastard deserving of death and dismissal, but if you delve deeper, there's no one who has lived a life more befitting a priest than him. I frowned deeply. What exactly happened 14 years ago? That's a penance he took upon himself. It's not my place to speak frivolously of it. You should hear the details from Zeniz himself. Regardless of any injustices he may have faced, according to the rules of our holy knights, he should be punished. In fact, my subordinates are demanding it. The zealots of the goddess's order, the holy knights. Since they dominate the order's leadership, it's natural for them to cling to their principles and rules. And Zeniz has been a sort of traitor, skillfully evading the execution of these principles. With the voices calling for Zeniz's punishment growing within the holy knights, Rosetta, knowing the full story, wanted to carve out a path for her stepbrother. I have done everything I can for him. You have prevented his direct execution, and now a path for him to survive, even if he renounces his priestly life, has been opened. It's up to that fool to decide now, whether he'll appreciate the efforts of his sister and quietly survive or... Rosetta grimaced with a bitter smile and shook her head. Choose to die as a priest, bearing the disgrace. So, I looked for where Zeniz might be. The last place he was seen, after being expelled from the temple and having nowhere to go, was the barracks. It was being used as housing for mercenaries. On the evening after the funeral ended, the place I found after asking around was a particularly musty-smelling spot in the barracks. Ugh! The smell of old men. I pinched my nose at the door. What is this intense? The distinct smell only seasoned uncles can produce. Checking the nameplate on the door, familiar names caught my eye. The blind swordsman Nobody, the warlock Chain. The two uncles who joined during the battle against the Gorgon sisters. Even if there were two uncles, could they really produce such a smell? Sun-dry the blankets and pillows. Ventilate twice a day. Wash your clothes regularly. Do I have to personally spread this knowledge? Grumbling, I flung the door open. What conspiracy were they plotting, cloaked in darkness, that the 5 men startled at my entrance? I yanked the curtains open, letting in light. What are you, children of darkness? The evening sun flooded the room. Exposed to the light, the 5 children of darkness shrieked, shielding their eyes. What are they doing? Huddled together, plotting in secrecy, were none other than Lucas's temporary party of uncles. Lucas, Torkel, Nobody, Chain, and Zennies. Of course, it couldn't have just been the 2 of them producing such a distinct old man smell. It's because there were 5 of you together. You guys, sun-drying, ventilation, laundry, air fresheners. Don't you know? At my exclamation, Lucas protested with a deeply offended expression. No, I protest, my lord. I meticulously maintain my hygiene every day. I just came here briefly for a meeting. Then, the rest of the uncles clicked their tongues and shook their heads at Lucas. Everyone says that when they're young. I never thought I'd end up like this either. Being an uncle isn't something you become. It's something you already are. You too. Soon. With bristly beards. And the smell of sweat. No. That'll never happen to me. I'll never become an uncle. Pushing the protesting Lucas aside, I sat down on the floor and gestured with my chin. So, what treasonous plot were you hatching by gathering like this? Treason? Our loyalty to you, your highness, remains unshaken. Torkel spoke with firm conviction. That's it, you earn 10 loyalty points. We were discussing what Lord Zennies should do next, given our personal connections. Is that so? And you've already come to a conclusion. I turned my head towards Zennies, who wore a gloomy expression. You don't want to die, right? So, you've been dismissed as a priest. Just start a new life. I don't want to die, but being dismissed as a priest feels like another death sentence. Zennies made the sign of the cross, closed his eyes, and clasped his hands. If this is the way to preserve my honor and that of my comrades, perhaps it's better to cleanse my sins through death now. How about living here as a mercenary instead? Torkel earnestly dissuaded him, and Nobody and Chain joined in. Right? Living as a mercenary can be quite enjoyable. There's a casino right next door. Alcohol, tobacco, gambling, and a battlefield swarming with monsters. Could life get any more exciting? The 2 mercenaries chuckled and clinked their bottles together before guzzling down the contents. These guys are no help. With Lord Zennies' capabilities, it's entirely possible for you to be employed as private soldiers by His Highness. Lucas glanced at me as he spoke. I nodded. Well, there are indeed many ways to approach this. What matters isn't that. Look, Zennies, what do you want to do? I was about to continue when, a round-faced young boy was peeking through the door I had kicked open. Recognizing him, I gestured. Hannibal, did you follow me here? Startled, Hannibal soon cautiously opened the door and stepped inside. Lucas groaned. Why would such a young kid come to a den of super uncles like this with 6 of us? Wait a minute, 6? I asked with a stunned face. Are you including me in that? Well, if I'm included, did you, my lord, who is a year older than me, think you could escape? Don't make me laugh. Royalty, you see, has anti-aging as a passive. I won't become an uncle. For a moment, my head spun, but I quickly regained my composure. This was no time to waste on unproductive uncle talks. Hannibal? There must be a reason you came all this way. Speak up. Yes, it's just that. Hesitantly making his way to the center of the room, Hannibal carefully stood in front of Zenes. To Zenes, who blinked in confusion, Hannibal clenched his small fist and shouted with a trembling voice. Lord Zenes. Yes. The child you had with the foreign princess. The one you left at the temple's orphanage. Yes. That child is... With a crestfallen face, Hannibal pointed to himself and exclaimed, I think that child is me? A hellish silence ensued. In a room of the barracks filled with the musty smell from 6 uncles gathered, a boy suddenly showing up to pull a "you're my father" moment, and everyone frantically exchanging looks, seeking who would have the courage to break the ice first. Bang dash! The door was flung open as if to be shattered, and the 7th uncle made his entrance. It was Kelly Bey who had followed Hannibal. He let out a resounding roar. What in the world is this nonsense? It was a moment when everyone's hearts became one. Chapter 537. First, I took Hannibal outside the barracks to separate him from the other men. Crouching in front of Hannibal, I touched my aching forehead and asked, You said you were 15 when I hired you. Then Hannibal, hesitatingly watching me, said in a shrinking voice, I lied about my age then, but Kelly Bey realized it right away when you accepted me as an assistant. I immediately opened the door and shouted at Kelly Bey inside the barracks. Kelly Bey, why didn't you tell me? You should have filtered out something like age. Hey, and how many times do I have to say it? Dwarves dig holes from the moment they're born. You're the weird one for waiting until they're of age. Oh, this barbarism. Romance. Anyway, it's like a fantasy world. Pulling at my hair, I sighed and then asked Hannibal, So how old are you now? I am now 14. I was 13 when you hired me. Boom! Felt like lightning struck behind me. 13 years old? 13 years old? Am I violating child labor laws? A wicked boss. No, a wicked lord. Arg. I am a terrible adult, carelessly exploiting a child on the front lines. As I writhed in agony on the floor, the men poking their heads back inside the barracks took turns speaking. No, seriously, you're the only lord who worries about that. We've been stealing, robbing, and fighting since we were kids. Everyone shut up. Kids shouldn't have to fight for their lives. Kids should play to their heart's content. I slammed the door shut, furious. Hannibal, more unsure of what to do, glanced at me. Anyway, when I was living at that orphanage, I secretly heard something from the director. What? That I was born to a princess from the Western Mist Kingdom. Hannibal glanced towards the closed door. And that my father, he has been sending child support to the orphanage. And a few years ago, assassins from the Mist Kingdom came to the orphanage to kill me, and I barely escaped. So, somehow he ended up here after drifting from there. Okay, I get the gist. I put Hannibal in the dining facility attached to the barracks. Rest here for now. I'll sort things out with Zenes and come back. Then I rushed back into the barracks. Inside, besides the usual men, other curious men had gathered, crowding around Zenes in a corner of the hallway. I pressed my throbbing temples with both hands. All right, Zenes, let's start with a cross-check. After matching the name of the orphanage Hannibal mentioned and Hannibal's age, it was confirmed that the details matched those of Zenes's son. Hua! Zenes exhaled deeply as if the ground was sinking and swept his forehead several times. I cautiously asked, It seems like he's your son, doesn't it? I don't even know where to start. Zenes covered his face with both hands and muttered softly, The child is indeed my son, but also not my son. A moment of silence passed. The next moment, the surrounding men began to beat Zenes all at once. This damned fool, acting like our father, even now, spouting such nonsense in front of your son. We were wrong. Zenes, you deserve more scolding. Leaving the kid in an orphanage for his whole life wasn't enough. Now what? He's your son but not your son. Damn you, wicked noble. Damn. They beat Zenes until he declared surrender. I growled fiercely at the man lying on the ground, making groaning sounds. Come on, give me a satisfactory explanation, or you might not make it out alive from these men. Zennies, with a bruised face, clenched his eyes shut. Then, slowly, he began to speak. 17 years ago. Bang! A fist filled with holy power crushed a man's head like a watermelon. The head belonged to the captain of the knights of this small city kingdom. And the place where the head burst open was right inside the king's bedroom. Ah! The king screamed. He was in a panic. An assassin who had suddenly broken in during the night had killed all his guards with nothing but bare fists. Please, spare my life. Only my life. I'll give you as much money as you want. I have plenty of wealth. Anything. I'll give you anything. So, despite the king's pleading, the muscular assassin standing before him remained silent, just staring down at him. Softly. Next to the muscular assassin, a female assassin in the same attire approached with light footsteps. Your Majesty, have we not told you several times? We have no interest in wealth. When the female assassin removed her face covering, a beautiful face familiar to the king was revealed. It was Priestess Rosetta, sent here for the proselytization of the goddess's order. Rosetta. The king hastily knelt before Rosetta. Is it because of last week when I executed followers of your religion? I'll apologize now. If necessary, I'll make a formal apology on behalf of the kingdom. So, had you thought properly from the beginning, it wouldn't have come to this. Rosetta showed a slight smile. Had you stopped persecuting our goddess's order earlier, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. I was wrong. My thinking was too short-sighted. I'll declare religious freedom now. So, it's too late. Your cousin has promised to convert the state religion to the goddess's order entirely. Rosetta slowly gripped the whip at her waist. So, there's no need for negotiations anymore. Once you're gone, your cousin will take over this country. That traitor. He betrayed me, sold out the country. Rosetta slowly approached the king, who was crawling backwards on the floor, and shouted, Aren't you a priestess of goddess? Do you think your goddess will forgive you for this? We are the shadows of the goddess. To illuminate her glory, there must be those like us who stain their hands with blood. Only then did the king remember the nickname of the opponents before him, the inquisitors of the goddess's order, known for staining their priestly robes red with the blood of their victims. The blood-soaked executioners. The Red Priests. Yeek! What kind of saint are you? You're a witch. A comment I hear often. You all will fall to hell. Exactly what we wished for. As the king's final desperate scream was effortlessly ignored, Rosetta whispered, In that hell we will kill those who defied the word of goddess once more. Immediately after, Rosetta's whip mercilessly struck down on the king's body. After the situation concluded, at the top of a mountain near the city kingdom, Rosetta looked down at the confused city with a cold face. The king had been assassinated, and his cousin had ascended to the throne, declaring the goddess's order as the new state religion. In other words, they had decided to accept the influence of the Everblack Empire. The empire did not wage war on this small country. Instead, it brought the country into its sphere of influence through the relatively peaceful means of royal assassination and religious propagation. There were many ways to swallow a country without forcibly subjugating it. This was just one of them. Sigh. Rosetta let out a short sigh. Why do you sigh, sister? A muscular young man who had come up from behind Rosetta, tossing his hair back, approached. He was Zennies, the Inquisitor assassin who had just demolished the palace with Rosetta. Zennies straightened his official attire with a young, cold face. It was hard to believe that this was the assassin who had been wildly swinging his fists in the palace. A cold and cool aura flowing along the young man's face. Rosetta, glancing at her stepbrother, adjusted her glasses. Zennies, is this the right thing to do? Are you wavering again? Get a grip, sister. Zennies looked at his sister with a cold gaze. Aren't we conducting a holy war? Are we not just proxying the Empire's war? It's a mutual understanding. The Empire expands its influence, and we destroy countries that persecute our followers. Zenes looked down emotionlessly at the burning city kingdom. However, undeniable pride and fanaticism were boiling in the young man's eyes. Everything is for the glory of the goddess. Watching her brother, Rosetta shook her head. I don't know. This isn't why I became a priestess. Why is that? Are you not the highest-ranking inquisitor of the order? How did we, the internal purifiers of the order, end up roaming outside, assassinating and engaging in political machinations in the name of proselytization? Rosetta exhaled a long sigh. I wanted to heal people and receive thanks, not kill people and be cursed, like the other saintesses of the order. Like that youngest saintess you often praise, Saintess Margarita? Yes. Rosetta continued, perhaps envious of the other saintesses. She went around healing people in all sorts of harsh places and slums. People were so moved by that young saintess that they willingly converted to our church. Rosetta silently looked down at the city-state they had overthrown. Violence can't be the only answer. Then, Zenes snorted. Come on. Snakes live a life fit for snakes, and birds live a life fit for birds. And we are snakes, sister. Snake dash. At that word, Rosetta felt the blood in her body turn cold. The fleeting dream of a different life quickly evaporated. You're right. We are shadows. Because we are the Red Priests. Rosetta nodded and patted Zenes on the back. Zenes, continue to stand firm and be the pillar of our inquisitors, of our Holy Knight division. Of course I will. Zenes slightly curled his cold lips into a smile. That way you won't waver, sister. What's our next mission, sister? This time, it's a solo mission for you. Rosetta took out the next mission orders from her pocket and handed them to Zenes. It's a place called the Western Mist Kingdom. It's worse than this mission site. Extremely exclusive, guarding against other religions, races, ethnic groups, and cultures. As Zenes unfolded and read the orders, Rosetta continued, You'll enter as a diplomat of the Everblack Empire. Start laying the groundwork for proselytization bit by bit, and make allies among the high-ranking officials. And, if necessary, assassinate the leadership like this time? Yes. Same as always. I'll do well. Having secured the mission orders, Zenes nodded and then disappeared into the darkness as if melting away. This mission will take time. See you next time, sister. Everything is for the glory of the goddess. Let's meet again in the shadows, my brother. Zenes vanished into the darkness. Rosetta quietly watched the place where the darkness had disappeared. Neither of them knew that it would take 17 long years for them to meet again. So what's the reason for telling this story? Present. The men listening to Zenes's past reminisced collectively jeered. Trying to say you were a cold, handsome guy 17 years ago? Ah, who's going to believe that? Mr. Zenes has always been a scruffy, poor-shaped guy from the start. When is Hannibal's story coming? Asked how you abandoned your son. And who wants to hear about your glory days? This guy. Ask for bread and he starts with wheat farming. Booze and various objects were thrown at Zenes. Ah, that story comes right after this. So just listen. And Zenes gritted his teeth and screamed desperately. I was really okay when I was younger. It's just I haven't been taking care of myself now. Truly an uncle-like statement. Chapter 538. 3 years later, 14 years ago. Western Mist Kingdom. Temporary Temple of the Goddess's Order. Priest Uncle. Play with us dash. Children from the slums ran into the temple courtyard, screaming noisily. Soon after, with a creak, the old door of the temporary temple opened, and Zenes appeared, scratching his unkempt hair. Not a priest, but a cleric. Between his bushy hair, the unmistakable sharp gaze of an inquisitor flashed. And how many times do I have to tell you, not uncle? I'm still in my 20s. But even in the face of Zeniz's menacing attitude, the children were unfazed. They stuck out their tongues and pulled down their lower eyelids at him. Acting all grumpy again. Whether it's a priest or a cleric, it's all the same. In our country, we call them priest uncles. Well, priests usually don't even glance at us, but cleric uncle plays with us every day. So, maybe there is a difference. Hearing the children's words, Zeniz placed his hands on his hips and heavily nodded his head. Yes, that's exactly the difference between your mist faith and our goddess's order. So, if you convert to our faith— there he goes with the boring talk again. Never mind that. Let's play ball today, ball. The children screamed excitedly, barging into the temple, soon finding a ball and rushing out with it. Hey, wait, before you take the ball, first a prayer of gratitude. Thank you, cleric uncle. Hurry up and come, uncle. It's not uncle. Forget it. Holding the ball, the children ran to a nearby playground. Watching them go, Zeniz sighed and took out a cigarette, putting it in his mouth. Then he stared blankly up at the sky. This was a cursed country. From the terrible weather with clouds hanging all year round, the indigenous religion strictly followed caste, ethnicity, and race, and the existing powers that benefited from this indigenous religion were hostile to the goddess's order. Naturally, Zeniz, being a cleric of that faith, was also looked down upon. Subjected to all kinds of mistreatment and hostility, Zeniz's spirit was gradually worn down. Infiltrating the leadership was difficult, and support from his homeland was becoming increasingly scarce. Eventually, he barely managed to rent this corner in the slums and move the temporary temple here. As life got tougher, the beard that had been neglected to grow thickened, and Zeniz, who once emitted a cool charm, saw his tidy appearance increasingly becoming shabby. Getting old. Looking at the stained mirror, Zeniz irritably pushed his hair back. Still, the only place that accepted Zeniz, a cleric of the goddess's order, was this slum. He treated people's wounds for free and became friendly with the children through balls and toys. The people of the slums, who had much to gain from Zeniz, gradually opened their hearts to him. They were still rejecting the proselytization, though. Living among the people of the slums for 3 years, even the sharpness of Zeniz's heart, once like a well-honed blade, had now become dull and blunt. It's hard. Zeniz was originally a combatant. He was not skilled in healing magic, let alone proselytization. There was no better person to fend off the violent followers of the mist faith who attacked the temple from time to time, but the rest of the mission was overwhelmingly difficult. Yet, what made him endure this difficult place for 3 years was cleric, thanks in part to this girl. At the sound of a cheerful laugh, Zeniz turned to see a plump, round girl dressed in a fluffy dress, waving her hand. Cleric, how have you been? Princess. Quickly putting away his cigarette, an involuntary, faint smile appeared on Zeniz's lips. The youngest princess of the Mist Kingdom, Cloudy. She was a rare royal who took an interest in the lives of the poor. In this country, where social status and class were clearly defined, it was uncommon in the history of the nation for a princess to directly visit the slums and embrace the lives of the poor. Thus, she was especially popular among the poor, but ostracized in noble society for smelling like livestock. However, she did not care about such criticism and showed up in the slums today, accompanied only by one of her guards. Welcome, princess, and, your guard friend. As Zeniz greeted them, Cloudy smiled brightly, and the guard also bowed his head heavily. Even the guard she brought along was a slave from the beast folk. Zeniz thought of her as a truly noble royal, fighting against discrimination and corruption with her entire being. She's practically the only high-ranking individual I can somehow become close to. Given the current situation, where most of his political maneuvers had failed, Cloudy was Zeniz's only connection. Thus, Zeniz acted as docile as a tamed dog in front of Cloudy. What will you do today, cleric? I'll follow and help wherever. After playing ball with the kids, I'll set up a regular clinic in the center of the village. That sounds so rewarding. May I accompany you? Cloudy covered her mouth and laughed merrily, her voice as round and warm as her appearance. Of course, having you help would be incredibly reassuring. Zenny smiled back. In this dreary town, Cloudy was one of the few breaths of fresh air. Zenny's inwardly thought that without this girl, he would have given up on proselytization and everything else long ago. Late afternoon, after both the ball game and the clinic were finished. Helping with the cleanup at the clinic, Cloudy wiped the sweat from her forehead and suddenly said, "You're really amazing, cleric." "Excuse me? Being a cleric of the Goddess's Order and a diplomat from the Ever-Black Empire, you must be quite high-ranking, yet you work so hard for the people in these foreign slums." Zenny's awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "Well, it's just part of being a cleric of the Goddess's Order. The Goddess's Order, loving all beings, is truly admirable." Cloudy smiled bitterly, not fitting her youthful face. "As you know, our country strictly adheres to a caste system, and the state religion is no different. I wish I could help those in lower places like you, but it's not going as well as I'd hoped. You're doing plenty well, but I don't have the courage to dedicate my entire life like you. I'm just living according to our doctrine. Even if it's to save just one believer, do not hesitate to wage a holy war." As Zenny's recited the phrase out of habit, Cloudy looked at him with a blank expression. Feeling awkward, Zenny's coughed and tentatively broached the subject. "Do you like our doctrine? Then, maybe you'd consider converting?" "Hee, that's a bit too much for me. Being royalty, I'm also a cleric of the state religion. Anyway, the people of this country opened their hearts to everything but proselytization." Zenny's tasted bitterness in his mouth. "However, I think the noble intentions of you and the Goddess's Order are admirable. I'll take it as an example." Cloudy smiled brightly with her youthful face. Zenny's thought to himself unwittingly, "Cute and kind. Such pure goodness in this harsh country. Just having her around was moving. I'll be going now. See you again, cleric." Cloudy waved her plump hand as she walked away, with her guard silently following behind. Waving back at her, Zenny's returned to the temple. Another day of rewarding work comes to an end. Humming a strange tune on the spot, Zenny's shuddered. Uncle's feature, adding a weird tune to their words. He found himself doing what the older priests in the order would do, without even realizing it. "This really is the end of me," muttering to himself as he opened the door. Thump! A piece of paper that had been wedged in the doorframe fell to the ground. Zenny's face, which had been drooping for the past 3 years, suddenly hardened like cold metal. A mission order! Zenny's quickly picked up the paper. It looked like meaningless scribbles at first glance, but in reality, it was a complex cipher used only by the Order of Holy Knights. It was a mission order from his sister, Rosetta. Zenny's read through the contents quickly. There's good news. Diplomatic relations between the Empire and the Mist Kingdom have dramatically improved, and an alliance treaty is expected to be signed soon. The Goddess's Order will also be able to officially establish a temple and start formal proselytization. A significant personnel announcement from the Order will follow soon. Your hard work over the last 3 years has been significant. It's time to return home. A hollow laugh formed on Zenny's lips as he finished reading the mission order. So eager to proselytize, yet no one paid attention. But as soon as diplomatic progress was made between the two countries, formal permission for a temple was readily given. Well, it's better than being ordered to kill them all if things went south. He was always ready to turn the Mist Kingdom into ruins if necessary, but there was no need to use force or see his proselytization efforts come to fruition. After all, in the grand political scheme, Zenny's himself was just a tiny chess piece. Fine. It's all good. Crumpling the mission order in his hand, Zenny's looked around the dilapidated temporary temple. It was time to leave this place. The incident happened that night. Whoosh! Zenny's was inside the temple, burning all his belongings. A body meant to disappear like mist. There was no need to leave any unnecessary traces, just as he had done all his life. clothes and snacks intended for the slum children the next day, and the ball they played with today all turned to ashes. Watching memories vanish one by one, Zennies tried to steady his swirling emotions by lighting a cigarette. That's when he heard it. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the temple door at this hour? Zennies, puzzled, opened the door, and there, cleric, wearing a hooded robe, concealing her identity, and having come here was none other than the youngest princess, Cloudy. Zennies' eyes widened in surprise. Princess? Why here? Did she sense that he would be leaving tomorrow? Or had she come to celebrate the diplomatic news between the two countries? As various thoughts crossed his mind, what came out of Cloudy's mouth was completely unexpected. Please save me. With a face smeared with tears, Cloudy cried out. Please save me, cleric. Zennies' face turned to confusion. Save you? Who's trying to harm you, princess? My father, the king, is trying to kill me. The king is trying to kill you? Why? That's because... Hesitating, Cloudy grabbed her stomach and tightly closed her eyes. Because I was found out to be pregnant. What? Pregnant? What is this all about? She's too young. In front of a baffled Zennies, Cloudy, looking distressed, unbuttoned her dress around her stomach. Her significantly swollen belly was revealed. How she had hidden it until now was a mystery. It looked almost full-term. Zennies, with his mouth agape, carefully asked as he examined her belly. Princess, were you married? Would I be? Obviously. It's an illegitimate child, and that's why father is furious. Trembling, Cloudy snatched the cigarette Zennies was holding, put it in her mouth, and took a drag. Then, with shaking hands, she inhaled deeply. She was quite skilled at it. Zennies' jaw dropped even further. Since when do you smoke? It's a basic skill for royalty. Even with a child inside? With the situation this dire, even my child would understand smoking one. Something. Zennies' fantasy about Princess Cloudy was shattering. You seem close to full term. How have you hidden it until now? I'm a bit on the plump side, you see. I lied that I was gaining weight, but that excuse reached its limit. With her round and innocent face, Cloudy blew out clouds of smoke. Who? I managed to hide it well until now, but just had to be discovered today. I only needed to last a few more days, damn it. Who's the father? My guard. Ah, that guy. Only then did Zennies recall the beastfolk slave guard who always followed Cloudy. He was my lover. We've been together for 10 years. Feeling the atmosphere turn sour, Zennies cautiously asked. So all this time helping slaves and the poor was also? Yes, all to make him happy. It wasn't out of noble intentions? Noble intentions, my foot. I only need him to be happy. Zennies' headache intensified. He took a deep breath. There was no refreshing end. This country was indeed a cursed place. So, where is this beloved of yours now? He's dead. Cloudy's face crumbled into tears again. As soon as my father found out, he had him captured and executed. I have to save this child. It's the fruit of our love. Cloudy rushed to Zennies, grabbing his clothes and pleading. Please help, cleric. My father will try to kill the child in my womb. And me as well. How do you expect me to help? Outside the temple, the sound of soldiers' footsteps grew louder. The searching torches lit up the night streets. Feeling the noose tighten, Cloudy's face turned pale and she suddenly exclaimed to Zennies. I'll convert. What? I'll convert. Right this moment from now on. I'll believe in the goddess's order. Zennies' shoulders tensed up. Cloudy, shaking him back and forth, screamed. The goddess's order doesn't abandon its believers, even if it means waging a holy war to save even one believer. So, save me. The soldier's footsteps reached right in front of the temple. Cloudy cried out, Please save my child in my womb. Chapter 539. Zennies fled with Cloudy. The superhumanly trained Inquisitor's body was agile enough to escape the city, even while holding a full-term girl in his arms. Having evaded the encirclement, they took a momentary rest in an abandoned hut on the outskirts. With the tension released, Cloudy leaned against the wall and fell asleep as if she had fainted. Zenny silently stood and looked down at this foolish girl. I know. I shouldn't save Princess Cloudy. She should be left to die here. If it became known that he had helped this foolish princess, the diplomatically positive atmosphere that had been formed between the Empire and the Mist Kingdom could be jeopardized. Zenny's imagined the future of the Mist Kingdom, where temples would be built and proselytizing would begin. Statues of the goddess would be erected throughout the city, and people of all ages would seek the goddess. If only this girl in front of him were left to die, many more followers of the goddess would come into this world. I am an inquisitor, a holy knight, a combat priest. Proselytizing, healing, saving, these are not my duties. As a combat priest, it is right to act as the weapon of the order. To kill the few for the many. To endure evil in the shadows for the glory of the goddess's light. Is that not the mission of myself as a weapon? Ha! But, nevertheless, is it really the role of a priest to abandon this young mother-to-be and the unborn child asking for help right before me? Before being an inquisitor, before being a holy knight, before being a combat priest, am I not a priest who follows the goddess? Is it really right to leave these two young lives to die now, for the possibility of gaining more followers in the future? Shit! It's not my job to worry about this. Zenny's took out a cigarette, then, realizing the girl in front of him was a mother-to-be, put it back. Zenny's leaned his forehead against the hut's wall and groaned in pain. The messed-up night of the messed-up country was passing. I want to give birth. The next morning, as soon as she woke up, Cloudy said this. I'm 9 months pregnant now, and the baby will come out in a few weeks. The labor pains are getting worse, so it might come out in a few days if it's early. And, please help me. Zenny's clenched his eyes shut and agonized, but eventually nodded. All right, I'll call a midwife from the village. No. You have to help me directly. Excuse me? I can't trust anyone else. Whether it's a midwife or anyone else, there's a high chance they'll report to father. The bold young pregnant woman stared blankly at Zenny's, who then pointed at himself stutteringly. Are you asking me to directly deliver the princess's child? What other choice do we have? I've never done such a thing in my life. Do I look like I have? Cloudy's face was covered in cold sweat, possibly because her labor had started. She clutched her belly and breathed heavily. The only way to give birth without being caught by father is to do it quietly, in a place unknown to others, where no one can find out. Please help us, priest. Please don't abandon us. After clenching and unclenching his fists several times, Zenny's finally got up with a long sigh. Let's move first. We're still too close to the city. The pursuers will come soon. The two moved along the mountain range but couldn't go far. It was because Cloudy's labor had started, and she was in pain. Despite the agony, Cloudy earnestly shared what she knew. Half-blood babies are said to torment their mothers to death. This one has been quite calm so far, but now it's no joke. You've done your homework? Once I got pregnant, all I felt was fear. I had to study up. Is there anything else I should know? The baby's name is Hannibal. Cloudy smiled weakly. We decided on it together in advance. The two spent the night in a crumbling lodge at the corner of the mountain range. That night, as Zenny's was taking care of Cloudy and also pondering when to abandon her, he accidentally fell asleep and dreamt. It was a dream from his very early childhood. Zenny's, a war refugee, was crying in the burnt ruins. Both his parents and relatives had died long ago. There was no one left alive around him. The sandstorm blew over a field of corpses in all directions. In front of a collapsed house that no longer had pillars, Zenny's was sobbing desperately. Then, a group of people passed in front of Zenny's. Priests dressed in black, and young boys and girls being led by the hands of those priests. It was the Holy Knight Division. They used to select young boys and girls among the war orphans to join their ranks. But they didn't even glance at Zennies. He was too small and thin. It was clear he would die soon even if they took him. However, a blonde girl walking at the front, holding the hand of a priest, was different. The girl glanced over at Zennies and suddenly let go of the priest's hand and ran towards him. And then she hugged the crying Zennies tightly. "Rosetta, what are you doing, Rosetta?" The leading old priest yelled irritably. "We can't take any more. This child is my brother. We lost each other in the war, but now I've found him." The girl Rosetta glared at the leading old priest. "If you don't take him, I won't follow either." After a long sigh, the old priest gestured forward. "Bring him, but you're responsible for taking care of him." Then the surrounding priests protested. "Captain, we can't afford to take care of all these kids. We're running out of food and drinking water." "Quiet. How can an adult stop a child who wants to save another child? Just go." With permission granted, Rosetta clumsily helped Zennies to stand. "From now on, you're my brother. Understand?" Zennies, staring blankly at Rosetta, stuttered a question. "But you aren't related to me at all?" "Why not? We're the same human beings," Rosetta whispered with narrowed eyes. "So we have to save each other." As Zennies' face went blank, he heard the leading old priest shouting, "Let's go, damn kids." It was a desperate wish. "Let's survive together." The group moved forward into the sandstorm-ravaged wasteland. Rosetta led Zennies by the hand, holding it tightly. Clenching his teeth and following her, Zennies thought he would never forget the touch of this tender hand that held him. Such was a very old memory. With the morning dew on his cheeks, Zennies woke up. Cloudy had been groaning all night, holding her belly. Watching her pale complexion, Zennies made up his mind. Just as he had survived with the help of a complete stranger, he decided to help Cloudy give birth. The birth of a half-blood is perilous. The labor, starting earlier than expected, brought terrible pain. Cloudy could no longer move, and Zennies had no choice but to assist with the birth in this half-collapsed lodge. Zennies was ignorant about childbirth, and it was the first time for Cloudy as well. Fortunately, Zennies was a priest who could use healing magic, and Cloudy had studied childbirth in advance. The two novices struggled to give birth to the child and assisted each other in doing so. After several days and nights, Cloudy, now extremely exhausted, gradually lost consciousness. The labor of the half-blood child was too much for her young and frail body. She was dying. To somehow keep Cloudy's consciousness, Zennies said anything. "After giving birth, what do you want to do?" "What? You're still just a young, foolish child. You have much more of your life ahead." "Remaining life? After giving birth, what kind of life do you want to live?" Cloudy, with a dazed expression, eventually chuckled. "I guess I can't live as a princess anymore? It seems like you've done everything His Majesty told you not to do, so it might be difficult." "Ha! Being born into royalty made life easier. I wanted to live even more comfortably. It's a shame." Cloudy, jesting, hummed and pondered. "Well, now that I've become a free person, I want to live a life I've never even imagined." "Like what?" "I'm good at singing. Wouldn't I be popular as a singer with a princess background? That would definitely make headlines. I can read and write, so getting a job at a reputable business seems good too. A commuting princess doesn't quite suit Your Highness's personality. Working at a travel agency might be nice, don't you think? I'm good at getting along with people, traveling the world, talking with customers from everywhere. That does seem fitting, although it's hard to say if a travel agency could operate properly in these dangerous times. And maybe, could I become a priest?" Zennies stopped replying. Cloudy smiled awkwardly. "I owe such a great debt to the Church of the Goddess, but donations seem difficult. It would be nice if I could dedicate the rest of my life. Unfortunately, being a priest requires an aptitude for healing magic." "Hoo-hoo, that's cold. So, Use the rest of your life for you and your child. You're still young after all. Cloudy, with wide eyes, chuckled at Zenny's. It's funny hearing that from a young priest like you. I've heard that it's over when kids call you uncle instead of brother or big brother. I hate to admit it, but I'm already an uncle. I've also heard that if you think you're old, you're still young, and if you think you're still young, you're actually old. You're still young, priest. After having such a conversation a full day later, Cloudy succeeded in giving birth. Both Cloudy and Zenny's, having stayed up for several days and nights, were utterly drained. But when the newborn let out a vigorous cry, Zenny's couldn't help but smile brightly. Your Highness, look, a healthy boy. We succeeded. We really did it. Exhausted, with a pale face, Cloudy barely managed to speak. I'm sorry, I'm a bit weak. I can't see. Zenny slowly lifted the baby and placed him in Cloudy's arms. Cloudy, smiling faintly, caressed the baby in her arms and asked, "What color are my baby's eyes?" "Clear gold." "What about his hair?" "Bright brown." "Is he slim like his father, or chubby like me?" "He resembles your Highness. Very plump and cute." Cloudy smiled with her wan cheeks and slowly caressed the baby's hair. Hannibal. Similarly exhausted, Cloudy whispered slowly to the child who had fallen asleep from fatigue. Instead of mom and dad, sing songs, get a job, travel, make donations to the temple. Live your life that way. Thank you, Priest Zenny's. Cloudy slowly closed her eyes. I'm sorry to ask this at the last moment, but please, take care of this child. Thud. Cloudy's hand, which had been caressing the child, fell to the ground. Standing dumbfounded in front of the dead princess's body, not knowing what to do, Zenny slowly lifted the child into his arms. Wah! Wah! It was then the child Hannibal, seemingly sensing his mother's death, began to cry as if the world was ending. And then, here they are, the priest who fled with Princess Cloudy. Hearing the baby's cries, the pursuit team rushed into the lodge. Where is the princess? She has passed away. Don't move, you bastard. You're under arrest. Holding the crying child, unable to think of escaping, Zenny's finally came to his senses. And he repeated to himself, "What am I doing here?" Chapter 540. Zenny's was dragged back to the Mist Kingdom. Kneeling in the square, Zenny's was beaten by the king's soldiers throughout the night. But no matter how much he was whipped and beaten, he did not let go of the child in his arms. He knew the moment he let go, the child would die. This despicable bastard. He's not handing over the child? What should we do? Lock him up in the prison for now. His Majesty will interrogate him personally tomorrow. So Zenny's was locked up in a solitary cell. Though it was a solitary cell, he was not alone. The child was still in his arms. Zenny's looked down at the child with haggard eyes. The young child gasped for breath with difficulty. The child hadn't had a drop of water, let alone breast milk, since birth. The child's breathing was weak, as if it might stop at any moment. If the child dies here, then he could leave the Mist Kingdom without any trouble, and there might not be any significant discord between the Empire and the Mist Kingdom. After all, wasn't he only guilty of assisting the princess's childbirth? If by some chance the child survives, who would cherish him? Just one more unfortunate life thrown away by irresponsible parents would be added to the world. As the breaths from the little child's nose became fainter, Zenny's felt a sense of relief without realizing it. Yes, better leave now. Before tasting the fullness of the world's pain, before realizing what suffering is, peacefully. That was when something blurry passed through the bars. Zenny's looked up at the window above him in wonder. It was a dark night, and there was not a single light around, so where was the light coming from? Ah, there it was, moonlight. The sky of this dreadful country, usually obscured by thick clouds, was slightly parted, and through that gap, a stream of moonlight poured in. The light brushed the child's face, revealing his innocent, unknowing face. It was a fleeting moment, but it was enough time for Zenes to etch the child's image onto his retina. Ugh! Zenes didn't know why his eyes suddenly became hot. Ugh! Why, at the sight of a child dying who had nothing to do with him, his heart was constricting. Zenes didn't understand. He couldn't comprehend. But without realizing it, he whispered, "Don't die." Holding the child, Zenes recited more earnestly than all the prayers he had ever said in his life. "Don't die." Fortunately, a drizzle began to fall. Zenes collected the rainwater falling through the bars in his hands, warmed it, and let it flow into the child's mouth. The child eagerly sucked Zenes's finger as if it were his mother's. "That's right. Good, good. Please hold on." In the narrow cell, shielding the baby from the rain with his back, trying to preserve the baby's body heat. "Let's live," Zenes whispered desperately. "Let's live together." The long night passed. The child was still breathing, and Zenes was dragged out of the cell to the audience chamber. Priest Zenes. There stood the king of the Mist Kingdom, who had not met Zenes once in the past 3 years. The king, chuckling while stroking his mustache, welcomed Zenes with open arms. "What a great discourtesy my men have committed against a diplomat from the Ever-Black Empire. I shall apologize on their behalf. Now that only good things are to fill the space between our two nations, my youngest daughter has caused such foolish trouble, troubling even Priest Zenes." The king gestured towards the silent Zenes. "Come now, let's not make a simple path difficult. Priest Zenes. Hand over that little one to me, the child born of my daughter. Thus the ownership belongs to me, doesn't it?" Standing with an expressionless, inquisitor-like cold face, Zenes slowly bowed his head to look at the child in his arms. This was his last chance. To live a life as before. This child is indeed Princess Cloudy's child. And then, Zenes decided to give up that path. At the same time, he is also my child. "What?" To the king, who frowned, Zenes declared, "This child was born out of love between me and Princess Cloudy. Over the past 3 years, we grew close and eventually developed feelings for each other, resulting in this child's birth. He is my son." The king's mouth curled into a sneer of disbelief. "What are you saying, Priest Zenes? Do I look like a fool to you? That child is a cursed result of my foolish youngest daughter and a fur-covered slave rolling in the hay. Just because I reign in this cloud-covered, remote corner of the kingdom doesn't mean I can't recognize a beastkin hybrid." The child, wrapped in Zenes's blood-stained shirt, had patches of fur characteristic of beastkin. Pointing angrily at the child, the king yelled, "A young pair of fools given over to base desires, both dead. Just another common orphan. Are you willing to take on this disgrace yourself? As a priest, to engage in such improper relations with a princess in the city you came to proselytize, are you really willing to admit to that?" "Yes." Zenes nodded. The king's mouth fell open slightly. "This child is not only a child of the Mist Kingdom, but also the son of an ever-black diplomat and a priest of the goddess's church. This child has the right to be a citizen of the Empire. If your majesty intends to kill him, it would be as if the Mist Kingdom is trying to kill a citizen of the Empire, leading to serious diplomatic discord." The king, gaping at Zenes as if looking at an exotic animal, slowly asked, "Did my daughter bestow some great favor upon you?
No.
Or perhaps, you owed something to that fur-covered slave she dallied with? I've hardly had a proper conversation with him. Then why do you insist on protecting that child so?" Zenes slowly bowed his head to look at the child in his arms, and then replied slowly, "You wouldn't understand even if I explained." The king waved his hand in disgust. "Do as you please. Take the bastard child found on my daughter's corpse and get out of here quickly. I'll send you off without any trouble. But you'll have to deal with the consequences yourself, Priest Zenes." Pointing angrily at Zenes, the king spat out fiercely, If that child is indeed born of love between you and my daughter as you claim, then any diplomatic discord would be on you and the Everblack Empire. Months later, Everblack Empire, the imperial capital, central church of the goddess, court of punishment, truly mad, priest Xennies. Upon returning to the capital, Xennies was immediately restrained and transported to the central church. In the court of punishment of the central church, not only the high-ranking members of the church but also key officials from the empire's foreign ministry stood with grim faces. Now you've given up not only your own life but also countless potential followers in the Mist Kingdom. Blinded by personal affection in front of you, you've overturned a greater cause. As a priest serving the goddess's will, as the goddess's shadow, you've done the one thing you should never have done. Xennies calmly responded. I simply practiced the doctrine of not ignoring the plea for help that was right in front of me. You shouldn't have judged that on your own. Wasn't that your position? The bishop, scolding Xennies, shook his head in disapproval. Why do you want to spend the rest of your life in agony for a crime you didn't commit? Xennies was unflinching. Because I believe the person I believe in would have acted the same way I did if they were in my shoes. Truly arrogant. The priests surrounding Xennies clicked their tongues in unison and sighed. You'll painfully realize that what you're doing is nothing more than self-satisfaction. That may be. Xennies shrugged his shoulders. But even if it is self-satisfaction, saving that young life seems more valuable than my entire life spent just following orders to destroy something. Bang! The bishop slammed his fist on the table and shouted. One last time, Xennies. Where did you hide the child? How many times do I have to tell you? After escaping the Mist Kingdom, it wasn't long before he caught a fever and died. I buried his body in the mountains. Xennies, to the very end. Just punish me. Xennies calmly spread his arms. Please, punish this unfortunate lamb. His comrades from the Holy Knight Division tightly closed their eyes. Unfortunately, Rosetta was absent. Regretting the absence of his sister, Xennies muttered, For tarnishing the honor of my comrades, I deserve an appropriate punishment. Before standing in the punishment tribunal, before entering the imperial capital, Xennies stopped by an orphanage on the outskirts of the city in the cover of night. It was run by the former commander of the Holy Knight Division, the orphanage that had raised Rosetta and Xennies in their childhood. I will be hunted for life. Xennies handed over the child he was carrying, and the old man silently took the child into his arms. The commander who had taken in Rosetta and Xennies in those sandstorm-ridden wastelands during their youth was now the director of the orphanage. The director glanced at Xennies with dissatisfaction. Xennies continued to speak slowly. The assassins from the Mist Kingdom and the members of the Holy Knight Division who were my brothers will all try to kill me. This child will be targeted just the same. So, I want to leave this child here. The director let out a scoff. The entire order, especially the Holy Knight Division you were a part of, will be desperately searching for this child, and you want to leave him in an orphanage run by someone from the Holy Knight Division? It's darkest under the lamp. This bold, crazy bastard. After hearing the whole situation, the director could only shake his head in disbelief. Unbelievable, such a fool. No, it's my fault for raising you. Sigh. Even in front of the director's cursing, Xennies was smiling, finally feeling a bit relieved for leaving the child in the safest place he knew, with the most trustworthy person. The director frowned deeply. What's there to be so relieved about, looking so satisfied? Do you think you've become a saint? You're just a fool who can't take care of himself. I know. Then get lost, before the kid memorizes your face for no good reason. Even as he took the director's scolding, Xennies took one last look at the child's face. You must grow up well, Hannibal. Comfortably in the director's arms, Hannibal, who was always fussy in Xennies' arms, was now soundly asleep. To the child he had protected, fed, bathed, and put to sleep as if he had truly become a father for just a few months, Xennies whispered, Let's meet again someday. And 14 years passed. The end. Xennies stopped talking, and after a moment, When I cautiously asked, Zenny's nodded. Yes, well, as you know the rest. Thanks to the internal political struggles within the church, I managed to save my life. I was relegated to the hinterlands, living a life of quiet service, sending whatever salary I received, after scraping and saving, to that orphanage. That's how I lived. The men around him simultaneously pulled at their hair. Hold on. Why is it all so suffocating like a sweet potato? Isn't there more? Is this really the end? What about the king? The church's leadership? Didn't they receive some kind of divine punishment? Give us some satisfaction, Lucas. Hurry. What satisfaction, my lord? Choking and pounding on Lucas's shoulder, I suddenly realized and shouted at Zenys. Wait a minute. Then Hannibal isn't your son. Zenys replied with a grimace. But he is also my son. There's a limit to being a noble fool. I pointed angrily at Zenys and yelled. You're just a complete pushover. To which Zenys just laughed. I know.